It's concealed already, and I can see that some accusations are not taken into account according to. I propose that this is special Tesla, and we need to have this special purpose separate amendments, other laws like oh, we have all we have. So, Euro-Atlantic integration. Well, this is an indicate message for the European on our movement for removal power. I understand that. Well, I don't have any kind of explanations. I cannot do anything. Why President simply provided his proposals apart. The only justification that is that he's entitled to. Okay. When we actually built this, we were trying to create this law. It has to come as 1 and 3 laws added to it, amendments to other laws, and at the end of the day, we have our experts, EU experts. We actually created this model. So we had a lot of time actually very happily just to, I don't know, not just to harmonize, but make it function and then not relate to those issues in the area which are in our area, our sector is more illegal one. It's more regulated, so we don't need to use these unified models for our telecom sector. What I'd like to add, well, maybe someone wants to know what we have in the future. Okay, we'll ask you, please, the comparison to table because we don't have it yet. Lawyers from the office and others, well, I don't understand what that is. It's like constantly we will play this ping pong, we'll have to have it up something, sends to president, and get it back, and like the others. What are the others? So we will try get some bigger answers, like this and others, these abstract populations, some amendments to their recommendations, and we will try to move. And I think that this year, definitely vote for it. Finalize the process. I just want to for the stakeholders already writing in Facebook and then something. Hey, don't try this nonsense. Okay, I really understand that you want actually to get a medal. Like this is fully and that this becomes actually your head, but there is I think this is just specific education not adopted or not. Okay, I will be so grateful for the community. Oksana, thank you for this. Alexander. Great. Sharing this actually wanted to tell you about the history of this sharing that we offered. So, and there was do you actually tell me yes? So I offered this a couple of months ago, and even we did not have like expectations or hope of actually adoption. It actually happened to go to I actually so if there's no how much our it's about protecting the right of the creator and the right to information and right to personal data. So I'd like to remind you, and the 2000 had recognized it You're going to so regulator well, not the first one, and that was having additional letter. I tried to I'm sorry, but someone's talking. I tried actually to separate judges and analyze from the government, and like I don't have access to so I hope so that for the I just want to add these if it's okay. So I was ready. So I just want where the letter is. Have a letter written by Mr. Mikola, which is the representative of Ukraine in European Union, October 28th, so there's a formulation. Social capacity, independence, autonomy of structures is actually one of the criteria for us to achieve the strategic aim. So we speak right now about conclusion of agreements with EU, dependence of regulators, and integration into European digital market. Europeans were also unsurfing for champagne, actually, because they have big glasses though. Actually, I wanted to celebrate with us, but it did not happen, unfortunately. Thank you so much. Like the best that I don't know how to present it. The person, there's, I guess, it's stakeholders, and I was so shocked that I actually heard all this like the approach and the negotiators actually leave the table. It's when they leave the table, not actually sticking to their options, but when they have the feeling of, well, it's satisfied. I actually, I have information global. I was a journalist. I was this just that's the birth of the company stakeholder this and all was hard to say. I was so not to just my law on one of the adoption was a quantum digital market and I know what's happening right now there. So that you know, a lot of work and I so we are on application of the method. Yeah. So thank you so much. And my interpretation will take stakeholders must be equally happy with that. Absolutely satisfied. This is a perfect situation which I really wanted to get. And I can prove that so for preparing shampoo, even not one bottle but many of them. So I also had my own and I really celebrate the adoption of this law, the signature of the law. The draft law very important. So really hard to exaggerate its importance. I will not repeat myself and I was shocked. I was shocked. And I do hope that we will have this article and the committee will be able to handle this how to take all the remarks for us all to be equally happy anyway. So I really do hope that we'll have expected. So I want to inform you about the processes that we have preparing to. So we will have the last body of this decision in Ukraine, and it's the conference, it's bilateral cooperation in this digital area, and we do. Therefore, this committee the updated roadmap of integration of Ukraine into the digital market. In Union, we are updating with the account of this multi-phase process. European Union launched virtually in 2018, transferred it to the consideration of European Commission phase 1. It was completed. I want to remind you, the decision of European Commission. This document, more than 10 directorates actually were working on that, and we collected very high-level recommendations, and after which approved the Annex 17.3 updated. The association agreement right now we expect to formalize the process. So from the technical point of view, we already confirmed everything, approved everything, harmonized everything. So the implementation of Law 3014, we have this in the roadmap. We have this 17.3 updated annex to the association agreement. So this is not just our obligation. This is not just something like the best practice here that we need to implement. This is an obligation. And it was correctly told by Mr. Alexander that this is not just a copy-paste approach. Okay, so this is a directive that is away. It's approved by the directive, not the regulation. Even the countries of the EU, they implement it. So they pick the format of implementation of the provisions, taking into account their national peculiarities, national system, and so on. So we hope that this will be solved somehow, because I can tell for quite a long time how important this project is, but you understand it.
I would also like to comment the result of the Summit Ukraine EU in the digital sphere. What important things were achieved. So for the first time in the application of Summit, there is something mentioned on the support of Ukraine by EU and approximation to the EU market. But if you trace the dynamics of the statements of the summit for the past 3 years, you can see it very clearly, because even if this phrase means that there was big work done, and European Commission, took the obligation to support us in the statement. And also it's about approximation of legislation and institutional capacity. So finally, the regulator can see is working according to European approaches, has the balance, and our approaches are not too different from the European, from those approaches the European regulator is using. So I would like to underline that this is due to our law on electronic communication and all the secondary legislation that were to be adopted. And third block of the digital sphere, it's the liability of both parties to prepare by the end of 2020 a common action plan in the area of trustful services. And it's a very ambitious provision. For the entire year, we have been working to make a record of it, of this commitment. This agreement So the European Union has never concluded such an agreement with any other country but for Ukraine. But since we have implemented the regulation, the EU regulation back in 2017 on the transport services, we are the only country on the Eastern Partnership who already have are to adopt all the secondary legislation. Of course, we need the checklist of the EU, we need the mission, so that they could tell us what else is to be done. But I would like to underline the difference. Such agreement in the sphere of electronic communication. That agreement is just like the association agreement, but in the sphere of the trustful services. It's very ambitious and very important, and opens lots of possibilities for development of both business and brings many benefits for the citizens. And it's actually the open door to the market of the EU, the simplified access to it that can be the role model for other spheres. It's a horizontal approach that is going to bring also the possibility to finally have a practical benefit from the association agreement from other operational processes, because it's not just papers, it's not just laws adoption, but both citizens and business are to feel the benefit from it. How did they benefit from signing this agreement? That's where we can achieve it. But not a fast process, but we already have a clear record of commitments to work on it. I can say that there is no algorithm of actions. It is something new, and we will together brainstorm with the European officials how to do it and how they're going and in which direction we shall move. So if the code of electronic communication in Ukraine and in the EU countries is to be implemented, we are choosing the way that we're going to implement the norms, but the regulation in EU, it's the norms of direct action. And in the EU countries that have access to the market, it doesn't require implementation. When we adopt the legal act, the secondary legislation, we have to have the legal equivalency in this area to have the access to the market. Now the amendments are prepared, and we are sensitively tracing it and to keep track of it, because the mutual access to the market is impossible if there are some legal divergencies. If there are different norms, then it's not going to work. That's why I wanted to underline this difference. Another thing I wanted to mention, maybe I'm already out of time, but I have to do this fast. Right now, on support of the Renaissance Foundation, we are not limited in time. Okay, thank you so much. The research, the economic study is prepared on the advantages of integration of Ukraine into a single digital market. I'm not an economic specialist, but different calculations are made, and this was never done before. And I thank the Renaissance Foundation for support of this study, and the preliminary results of this study, they show that the increase of GDP of Ukraine will be up to 5% due to integration to digital market, and also, integration to telecom market, which is the core of it. And a few words about the regional processes that are taking place in the framework of the partnership. It is also important because many processes are just complementing each other, and we do everything possible to provide this complementarity. These digital market in the framework of Eastern Partnership also requires Eastern Partnership, and we have several pilot projects, and we have the completion of the pilot Ukraine-Poland on e-delivery. It's a platform where the invoices are sent in electronic form between members of business of Poland and Ukraine. It was technically tested, and now they prepared video recommendations, legal recommendations, what Ukraine is to do to enable it. And on this stage, and with the other EU member states, what we are to do. Also, I would like to say there's a big interest from the business. They are very interested and curious, and different consulting companies are addressing us who have hundreds of clients, and they're interested in this not only with company but with other EU member states. And now, after this successful piloting, we are going to do the pilot project with Armenia to show how to do this and to make a road for Armenia as well. So we are taking the leadership positions among countries within framework of this partnership. And you know that we have the very our association agreement is comprehensive, and other country in the Eastern Europe has such a possibility. They do not have the legal framework to do this. We also have the pilot e-signature, work on it, and right now with Moldova and then with the member states. So there is other potential pilot in which we're interested, and I would like to say that in the framework of the project for digital, the European Commission is interested a lot for us to share the experience that we've already gained from the Eastern Partnership. And the preparation of the text regional roaming agreement is completed, and I hope that by the end of the year it will be signed. It refers to the decrease of tariffs for roaming between the Eastern Partnership countries, and then there will be negotiations to conclude the agreement between regions. And then there will be the finalization of the text. And very brief about regional spectrum. And the work is being also completed on preparation of this original agreement, and I hope that at the beginning of the following year, we'll have good results. So the process is ongoing, and we are having right now this systemic work going on. Last year we had a lack of data, and the data was analyzed for the past 3 or 4 years, but there was insufficient number for us to be connected to I-10, but our ambition to be connected to DESI. By DESI can include any third countries of the European Union, of the European Economic Zone, and given those processes of different comprehensive association, the difference lies in the fact that in this system, the data is collected from the secondary sources, and if there is the index, when the country is connected to index, the data are gathered through state statistic service of Ukraine through the official system and so on. So we are working on this. The process is very difficult and complicated, but we cooperate with the state statistic service of Ukraine, and we shall proceed working. Thank you, and sorry that I took more time, and I'm ready to answer the questions. Yes, Alexander would like to know. And then I would like to thank you. I'm really glad that you have highlighted it from all these angles, but I have a request for you. Please send us the link for the study that you have mentioned of the Renaissance Foundation, on the economic influences of integration of Ukraine to the single digital market. We will place it on the website of IGF-UA, on our website of our organization, and I have two more questions. Maybe they are a bit provocative. So what the first question is, how many pages will your roadmap take of what you are to approve in December, I mean? And the second question, on IGI forum, I saw the presentation of the representatives from your ministry who insisted on the amendment that I discussed yesterday after before this document is going to be changed in Europe. If you remember, it was the topic of our discussion, a hot discussion, with many of those who are present here today on account whether we should approve the directives from 2002 and 2009 directives, which are in the Annex 17.3 to Association Agreement, or should we start work on the code, European Code of Electronic Communication that included those directives? My question is it logical? Does it make sense to approve the changes or amendments of the old version, European version, EIS, if I pronounce it correctly, or should we start work on the new one? Yes, we had a section on cybersecurity, and parallel there was a bit from the highest level on the governance that was organized by European Commission, and I was trying to listen both events. Of course, I didn't hear much, but a lot was, there were many amendments suggested. How will we work with this? For your questions, it consists of two parts. So first, ADAS regulations, which refer to trustful services. I would say that preparing for changes that will be work, we are already preparing. When the regulation is adopted or any European legal act, the EU gives transposition term to Ukraine. So this is the time period during which Ukraine can study it. So it can be a year or 2 years, and we have to, to be based on it. And it comes into force. It comes into force right away, but there is a period of transposition.
So just like a proposal to the regulation, just to prepare the study, we analyze it, and also to stipulate with an impact analysis. We need to do it in advance. The drafting process, legislative process, there is a bit different, so it's more stable. If there is a proposal to regulate the directive, 99.9% that there will be no surprises or no substantial amendments because they have the consultation process, quite a standard one. Every draft law, every proposal, they don't have big surprises at the end usually. So we need to prepare, of course, when it comes to the code of electronic communications. Of course, there is no sense actually to implement these acts. We have it in the updated annex. It's not, there is no sense. The project 3014 is a revolutionary platform. It takes into account the latest approaches, including European. So, really a breakthrough. This is our quantum leap. And I don't hide my champagne, but still, I do believe that this will succeed. So, concerning the pages you asked, pages, I don't remember the pages, I remember more than 200 measures were there. We have the strategy, integration to the digital market in descriptive part, and the implementation plan. So this all is called the roadmap, and approximately 180, like almost 200 measures are mentioned, and all the bodies, executive board bodies, the first phase, had the first stage of consultation, take into account the impact analysis, also the report, the EU, the mission, working with the digital sector. So actually, it provided in summer this huge report to us, 125 pages, just hundreds actually of annex texts analyzed our harmonization process and provided recommendations and legal and institutional. Very interesting document, and in this updated roadmap, we took this into account. So we informed all ministries, and right now I have the second stage of consultations. A couple of inconformities are there, and we actually try to do this. And I do hope that next week we will finally get this finalized version and send it to the committee of the association. After this, what's important? Thank you for asking this question. So, concerning the pages, after actually within the committee, the updated roadmap will be adopted. So, we initiate the amendments to the action plan. An association agreement. This will be a bilateral agreement. A grant for us to bring amendments. Finally, so, okay. I'm so grateful. I understand that you have to leave us right now. Maybe someone from your ministry will stay because for conclusion, formulate what we discussed. If you are ready right now, if you're ready to give us one or two statements, I would be so glad. Just not to lose your voice elsewhere. Okay, thank you. I just want to express my gratitude to you, Alexander, to the whole committee of the digital transformation, and to Ms. Oksana, and my colleagues from the ministry, and everyone who does take care of the digital area. It's like a very big family with joint values, with joint vision, and it's really important. It's really, really important. I feel it, and I think together we will make it. So we will move this further, and I really want the digital area to be the pilot one and actually drag everything forward. I will not actually tell which of these, but we have. Thank you so much. I'm so sorry. I will try just to conclude at preliminary conclusion. So the Euro integration process of Ukraine, about the entering of the market in the European Union, is irreversible. This process is irreversible. No objections. Something that we will do. No objections. And integration to the digital market may become this pilot project, which will, let's say, accumulate for other sectors this way. So, no objections. We'll discuss it in the last 2 or 3 minutes of the section. If someone leaves, okay, no objections so far. Very well, thank you. So, I would like to put the word to Anatoly. He will have a little bit from negative assessment of all this, your integration aspirations. And I'd like Anatoly not just to comment on the draft law itself, but maybe comment on how exactly we're the interests of all stakeholders taken into account during the drafting process. So you will present on behalf of small internet providers. Please specify and maximum attention to this, please. Good afternoon, colleagues. So truly, I'm the only one, I guess, who did not plan to open the champagne bottle. I do think that Internet Association considers the same, so we're absolutely for, we support all this Euro integration process, but we always have these huge achievements always have certain obstructions, and there are some problems all the time, and impediments. Small and medium internet providers actually, I think, will be a part of that impediment. As Ms. Yulia told, no one actually organized any kind of economic study or research or whatever, and I didn't see any analysis of how some of the law provisions, what consequences will be there after it comes into effect, and vice versa. Like, we had questions, for example, colleagues, I don't know, when I'm not an economic expert in economy, and not a chemist. At some point, you understand if you mix alkali and acid, you'll have consequences, specific ones, yeah. And we just need to take care before we actually mix it. So, in the conditions when we have this dumping strategy, the big players, let's say they have dumping strategies and long-term strategies, when we initiate regulation of infrastructure and certain rules, this will have consequences. I think these are easily we did not even get any comments. We cannot get these comments. We cannot get opinions from anyone. If you take the recommendation of the president, well, it's a little strange. Like one piece where it's written that multiple disadvantages make it impossible to understand the law, and that it will be impossible to implement some of the provisions. Yes, we do agree with that. We have the same vision. But when it comes to your question, Oksana, about the process, as we left this process at the early stage or not, we had a couple of iterations. When we prepared the law on electronic communications, so like we had different stages of preparation, joint and individual, and in all of these three working groups we took part. So we took part up to the half of the process, because all our big remarks concerning the infrastructure, access, regulation, our attempt to explain that we do not solve basically. Yulia and Alexander say that this is the implementation of the European directive, and it must take place with consideration of local specificity. Our local specificity does not solve any problems. So, regulation of access to infrastructure, private property of operators and providers. So this is the only thing that creates new problems. May potentially. In our opinion, it will create even more. Then there will be no, but the expected profit is so small. I don't know. The expected benefit from the implementation of law. So we were so dissatisfied with the process of organization that we had to leave the working group, at least to draw attention to this. It had no effect. So the developers, the legislators simply did not take this into account, did not reach this goal, but we have some expectations and we have some promises. Also, so what we have in 3014 in this draft law, they will try to eliminate these provisions in the following draft laws. At least have these promises. And it's interesting how it actually will evolve, because now we have the president's veto, and it's quite an ambiguous formulation we have. With this huge criticism from the president, maybe we'll be able to bring some amendments, and we will bring something that frees us. And so I'm very careful. But it was your lobby. It was your lobby for the veto. No. Do not please exaggerate our influence, which we would love to. And I have a clarifying question. Unfortunately, I wasn't there starting to debate. first day in this working group. But I heard that you offered very constructive approach. This is not the situation. Our situation with utilities offered a lot of things. Even in three working groups, and we're experts in recommending approaches. But Oksana pushed me to say that yes, we offered, but nobody listened to us. I know one is listening. I don't know. Alexander is listening. I get it. Alexander will get this. I'm pushing you. I'm pushing you. I'm pushing you right now. I do support Yulia activity. She's very attentive. She's listening to everyone. She's very attentive. Really, her multi-stakeholder approach is working. But my question is about the number of pages of this program. If someone will recommend the European Commission actually presents these roadmaps at 1 or 2 pages. A very precise description of current situation based on exclusively specific practical research surveys. They fix the aim goal that we need certain transformations and a couple of possible alternative ways on how to reach the goal. And just on the basis of this roadmap, we start actually these multi-stakeholder consultations. For example, that users are so happy to see IGF to have small business, big business, where governmental stakeholders, and finally we have unified voice from the state. I don't know whether it's good or bad, but at least this is already fixed. I mean, and only now we start working. I will expect Alexander to tell something in the consultation. When we someday will have this multi-stakeholder consultation, I'll be so happy to get this. If you support me, I will be so much grateful. I think we all really want to have just the good guys without the bad guys. Yeah, the bad guys to be out. I saw Yulia. Yulia, maybe you want to say something. Alexander is there. So please say it now because Oleg will get the floor. So just a couple of words.
We do not have clear requirements, of course. So in the agreement association, there are no such requirements. And either there are, like white books, green books, but we have a different approach. In the general part, we are to describe the goals, the expected findings, and in detail to provide the competency of all the ministries. We did that because the strategic document is very ambitious, and since we have never had a document like that before, we had to clearly define the roles and agree that with the European side. And when in 2018 there were all the consultancy provided, and now we are updating given the recommendations from the EU. It's not something new, it's just the update on the feedback and report of the mission of the after evaluation that has worked for a year. So that's why it's a big document for us, because we didn't want to have several documents. We have gathered all into one, and on the basis of it, we are developing these matters further on and understand who's responsible for what. So it was a lot simpler to do this, given our situation, to prepare one comprehensive document that will underline all the directions of integration. Thank you. Thank you. And Alexander Isamin wants to comment as well. And on my, I also have a comment. And I couldn't participate person in the work of this working group. I have communicated with representatives of German providers, and they were very interested through this European Code of Electronic Communication. And all the fairy tales that in Germany there is one or three operators are not true, because Lutz, who was sitting next to me, demonstrated me the registry of 4,300, I think, and this registry is not done by the regulator, but it helps all the operators to join their efforts, and I'm convinced that there is not, nobody even speaks about, uh, problem with the private personal life. So now I will give word to Anatoly and then to Alexander. I just wanted to comment. You can check the statistics of IGU on Poland. You can check closer to our borders and to the dates of the director's introduction. You can see how the number of working places decreases in the field and the number of providers very dramatically, from 75,000 to 45,000 in Poland, from 25, if I'm not wrong, to 7,000 in Lithuania. So there are different examples. The closer the mentality to us, so people perceive this directive in their own way, and they implement it in the way they see it. Actually, I want to ask you to send us links to those studies that you have mentioned, because maybe we can't find them ourselves. Maybe we could place them on our website for a wider discussion. Alexander, I would like to support Anatoly in the part of mentality. I'm independent right now expert from Russia, and unfortunately for us, Russia is very promoted in the area of internet governance. We do not have those processes that you have discussing the laws. Alexander, I can't hear you. Can anyone else hear you? Yes, my connection was bad. Alexander, if you want right now to finish on the multi-stakeholder approach, you don't want to. No, no. I just wanted to complement your multi-stakeholder approach as compared to the Russian one. But in general, I'd like to say that in Russia, they have adopted and implemented a lot of that regulation that the EU is introducing in their countries. And especially what you are going through in the framework of this integration, we can't hear you again. We lost you again. Am I the only one who can't hear Alexander? Please call. Okay, then I will try to do it without video. So you have Russia as an example of a similar regulation according to its content, but different regulation which doesn't work. And its Russian propaganda is frightful to Russians. Like, what do you want it to be like Ukraine? And it doesn't matter what they're talking about. So you have a chance to show how the regulation of the telecommunications of universal services does not successfully work on the example of Russia. Please take a look at the still have the time to this refers to our brain information. So, Alexander Pavlovich has written a book of digital transformation of Ukraine, Ukrainian parliament, and had about 100 members. And of course, I think of me as a representative of an organization that had no private or state interests. Maybe there were one or two representatives like me, but still, we did not have organizations that had mandate to represent and interest the users. Our organization can represent the interests of consumers. We have 170 members, so on behalf of consumers of Ukraine, can't say us, but we still think it's important to raise those questions that are not solved by private state sector. Dear Oleg, the floor is yours. Thank you for the invitation. It is indeed an interesting aspect. Because we specialize in the e-commerce studies, because the biggest complaint of the users is for this component. And now I prepare the trade experience overview right now, which shows that only through multi-stakeholderism you can solve these issues, because it's vitally difficult aspect of the problematic issues, and how it's also the part of the protection of the rights, also as with the state of the internet, and also the translation, because the development of the digital market is part of the perspective. So the consumers segment of e-commerce have the following situation. Today is especially this year during pandemics. They started to selling through internet, different stores, different social networks. In this situation, the level of fraud by some fraud on the internet has increased a lot, and the money is stolen from the accounts of the bank accounts of the consumer users, and they do it also the digital channels of the internet. Why does it happen like this? In Ukraine, for the aspects of we have the legislation on protection of rights of consumers, and that is also touching the internet, communication networks. There is the matter of personal data protection, also the law on e-commerce, or the level of fulfilling the legislation has dropped and equals zero. I sent my presentation to one of the points, but once you can share it to your colleagues. We have analyzed the features of e-commerce that most part of transactions on the internet, even their participation is very low. Behind the internet shop, we don't know, if it's enterprise company or which company is it. It's always, all they are at things and they they will also number of accounts sold on the internet. We have researched one example of the toy of the for children where the level of data was 150 times higher than it was supposed to be. But we do not have the possibility to trace this chain of fraud or schemes. And now, most important, the protection of intellectual property rights of producers when their products, are counterfeited. And in the market of Asia, for the past year, they've had very good changes of legislation and regulation of e-commerce market and providing security of personal data and of course the right of taxation. Because today there is this form of identifying where certain transactions to be taxable or not. That's why right now Asian countries where there are big number of users, they use the money of our person you have to pay tax. In countries, the American companies, they see their market there, but they focus on that because there's no single legal opinion in the world. By the way, often questions asked about the participation by this and solidarity and on some illegal basis. So if the platform or the internet shop does not respond to some complaints of the source or sells counterfeit or some dangerous products, then having the information about this, the provider is block the access to such a source. If such requirements are not met, then the provider is responsible for the state body regulator, as they experience in Asia, for example. So indeed, this statement is quite interesting and very grateful that you have provided us because indeed the number of replied complaints of commerce in Ukraine is 5%. But experts only advise like number of 35% of retail sales on the internet. So the of the market, lots of problems. The discussions are
Because the business simply does not want to use these digital solutions for reporting on the product, issuing electronic receipts. They don't want to become public, transparent, so they're using digital solutions, and at the same time, they want to use these digital networks to stay in the shadow and generate high profits at the expense of the total breach of legislation all over attention. So I will definitely be glad if you find some common language and it will be possible to bring our opinions to the stakeholders and players of telecom markets. So I'm so grateful to you, Mr. That I have clarifying questions. So you referred to Asian experience, other countries. So we today talk about integration to this unified digital space. So I was about to unpack that in the case one option from communication. I still do have so many answers because you're right, connection is wrong. When it comes to integration of different to the unified digital market of Europe. So what is still lagging? So Moderator today we once about Ukrainians actually this business because of its 28 members list whole countries. Anyway, which threads are there? Like I buy something again. It was a fraud, like something can you put evidence in this is a separate topic. One, so please. Thing is that we really have two problems. So for the consumers using electronic commerce, buying something abroad, and our consumer rights protection bodies will not help today because they don't have the direct communication. We're not the part of the market. The mechanisms of consumer rights protection in European market are clearly written. So there's a system that I'm trying to popularize in Ukraine, but unfortunately, I did not get any support. The system of online regulation of disputes or online settlement of disputes between the commercial operation parties. So this allows consumers not to waste time and money on settlement of any kind of dispute. And secondly, minimum expenses. The state is actually throwing this burden away because the third party is settling between the seller and actually the consumer. So our business today does not understand the risks that we have in front of it due to full ignorance of GDPR. GDPR is not just the European Union. It's not just for them. It's not just for European consumers. So the law is following the consumer. If the consumer's rights are violated in other countries, for example, not European Union countries, these sellers would be held liable. How exactly? Well, it depends on the country. Still, the mechanism, I don't know how it works. But when the legislation stipulates this, so of course, today our regulators must take care of. So if we go online to get the business, we need to have an online protection system as well, like the European Union system. It's really interesting how it's functioning, how it works. But EU says that the first link of this settlement between the seller and the consumer, that there's a strict liability for any consumer's rights violation in this segment. I have so many examples today in Asian countries, in the US, fake feedback, fake rating of the product. Same we have in Amazon, or for example, in a couple of days, just a level of positive feedback for some Chinese product that goes up like triples even, and fraudsters, they know how to actually deceive the system. And in order to counteract this fraud, we need to have rules. In Ukraine, we don't have it. We have a couple of networks, a couple of internet resources. They have this independent system of rating or feedback system. These should not be moderated for someone's benefit. Must have some insurance funds to compensate even the damage, reimburse the damage to the consumer if the seller somehow avoided responsibility and does not want to regulate the situation. So basically, a lot of practices are there, and the Consumers International Organization, Consumers International, the organization that protects consumers' rights, actually stresses on that. When the data, personal data of consumers are used for targeting, for example, the Internet of Things, without your consent, actually sends your data elsewhere to some third party, to some resources. These are being processed, and you become subject for spam, for commercials, for anything, any kind of actions towards you. And remember the Facebook campaign when British Analytica received a huge number of data from consumers? These are real risks that we have, consumers. So consumers are easily manipulated, and they are the least protected subjects of marketplace. And so in order to avoid this, the state must raise the awareness. Different campaigns that missing here in Ukraine. Mechanisms of protection. We cannot sell anonymously a product. Any representative of the business. We simply cannot sell anonymously and include any kind of liability if the rights were violated. It's a consumer, but have this all happening to anything, and really, this is problem number one, and I do think that we need to regulate it. Yes, agreements with the EU. Let's start with the practices. If Asia does have some practices, so let's take Asian practices. Okay. I mean the e-commerce sector. Asian market is already far away from us, so they're leaders. So we simply need to take their practices as well. Thank you so much. Okay, I'm so grateful. We are writing it down. Well, then actually, we can't have your video. Would like you to join us. So I just tried to tell you that how we actually did as well. Which is our organization communication and regulation policy. And the transitions were after it has been 17 months. But finally, these transitions on the side of specifically will never actually take this work. There's not say that we did it because we did not trust other entrepreneurs that give this code. It's good also for presentation. This should be 2 years. When already goes off and nothing there to talk about it. So Alexei Semenyak is to tell us about your digital service set. And still, I have a question to Mr. Sultan. How exactly can we actually decide translation? How can we make decision? Translation is very important. How can a foundation or organization to actually trick up by your own, not just decide on the previous events? So, thank you, and you may start. Thank you so much. And actually, I'm so happy that I did take part in this special discussion. It should be open discussion. And I just want to note a couple of things. Something that was mentioned. You mentioned the Renaissance Foundation discussion, the analysis and occupation of Ukraine. So it's not the Renaissance Foundation itself, that was support the Kiev School of Economics, their experts also they have already some achievements and we are about to present its research. I'm sorry if it's I changed a couple of gadgets and maybe still there and like the microphones are working. So the Renaissance Foundation actually initiated still have some technical problems. So all gadgets are open. There's a problem like Okay, if you do talk slower, so maybe without video it's better. Tell something. Okay, then. Okay, yes, definitely better. Definitely. Okay, so we have some technical problems. Without echo or again with it? Is it okay right now? In Miss Oksana, right now we don't see you and can hear you, and I do hope that you are very well right now. Uh, Digital integration, announce it first. So we wanted to select those civic organizations which help us to implement the association agreement. Announced another competition recently aimed at digital different. So truly, this is also aspect of European discussion may be something colleagues with them and to tell them and telecom services as implementation.
And Ukraine is to fulfill the updated 4 years after the beginning of application of these provisions. So as of January 2016, it means that by the end of 2019, as Yulia had mentioned about this, we really have, it's about the direct implementation. It's clear for us that it has to be provision on the local specifics. To achieve this, it's clear to all the pieces that were, first of all, the dialogue of stakeholders in all these tenders that we hope we emphasize on the dialogue is important, and any analytical development has to be envisaged, and the public advocacy having dialogue with the main stakeholders also are more powerful and less powerful, not only small business but also employees, and that's very important because I completely support the previous speaker, the interests of consumers, especially in the European regulation, is that which as compared to our regulation is of a completely different quality. It's not about interests of the consumers, but especially things that refer to the digital direction, data protection, GDPR. As for those aspects, I would like to add that clear that stakeholders have many disputes or questions as I understand it, and this discussion do not have European representatives, but I think that I completely support those efforts. That I know many other representatives of the Ukrainian government are making, including Julia Haracha, to involve the European expertise for the assessment because in order to give a good quality to those districts. We can't hear you. Can you hear me? Hello? Oh, dear Oksana, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you, but you're echoing. So I beg your pardon, but your colleagues, I thought that I used to have a problem. I think it's my problem because I could hear all the other things very well. Maybe it's the problem with my gadget or maybe the connection problem, I'm not sure. And to finish, what I said that it's really the dynamics in which European legislation is developing very fast. A European digital strategy that places big ambitions and Digital Service Act that will replace the directive of commerce and the GDPR. Well, they will be updated. So we have to catch up with European Union if we want to integrate. Thank you. Sorry for. You know what? I think that everything is. I have turned on everything right. I don't think it's my, my technical problem that I was echoing. Are we on air? And maybe just Oksana is missing. It's hard to say. Seems we have 13 people in chat, so we can hear you. But I think that Oksana hasn't connected her sound. I beg your pardon for some technical issues. At first, I stopped hearing the room, and then I was out of connection myself. So can you hear me now? Yes, yes. Dmitro? Dmitro, can you hear me right here? Dear Dmitro? I can see him. I'm really sorry. I don't know what to do about this. Dear, oh, he finished. Okay, then I'm really sorry. I'm very grateful, indeed, because this question is very important. And of course, providing all stakeholders, involving all of them, all the stakeholders, very difficult but very important. And I hope that Anita will tell us more details. Unfortunately, Ukraine without grants, which the organization is Untitled, we are not ashamed of it. I'm very grateful for organizations that are giving us grants and to report that our grants are successful. We can demonstrate some findings, for example, approval of the law on electronic communication, but unfortunately I can't demonstrate it. Now I would like to report to overseas the Manyaka, the representative of FCC, the organization that, in my opinion, should not cover my stakeholder approach. Dear Alexei, I asked you to give a position of reference on the Donation to Digital Service Act, but I'd like to ask for that a little bit that question on our top of 30. I know that he's very active in this work, and there were important issues that he has commented, and his comments had an impact on the approval of the amendments at wording. So I was very grateful for your assessment, perhaps, of what Kathy said. How much does this refer to Ukrainian operators? You are doing so many studies in the internet. Maybe only from your information we can understand what is happening to internet in Ukraine. So at first I will speak in Russian, because otherwise it's not going to look good. So as for only our status showing something, that's not true. Of course, I would be pleased to say that yes, you're so cool and you're the ones who can actually do something, but it's not like that. We are doing something. We have certain things that show good statistics on Ukraine, but we're not the only ones who are doing this. And I have to say that in the plan, technically what's done, what's done by the ministry is a quite reasonable development. There are questions to interpretation. If there's a village and those companies, data which are used, don't see anything in the sewage, doesn't mean that there's nothing there. No, it doesn't. Questions of data interpretation are open and you can discuss them, but technically speaking, it wasn't bad work, and it gives a good foot for speculation and good developments inside of Ukraine. Let's start with that. As for before moving to discussion of the draft law on electronic communication and the Digital Services Act, I want to draw your attention to general problems of these two documents. Not even problems of the documents, but the problems in their preparation. It just happened so that internet emerged recently, especially recently from the point of view of mass, realization, when internet stopped being some technical toy that exists somewhere, but the toy that somebody just heard about, but it has become an important component of everyday life. This happened in front of us, and it's a problem because as a result, the majority of people do not realize how it all works. I do not mean technical details. I mean the understanding. I don't mean the understanding of how the protocols work, but at least the understanding of that this system is multi-level from the point of view of the internal organization, and understanding of the fact that these levels, they and understanding that these levels are, separated or divided, not clear for everyone. And this problem is on the level of state and non-state forms.
I'm sorry, I just cannot hold myself. You had this fridge mentioned yesterday. Okay, when you discussed critical infrastructure, we had the fridge discussion, like whether the fridge is a critical infrastructure object or not. So I think all our discussion of critical infrastructure in Ukraine will definitely start from the fridge, just to be an example. Okay. I'm not a professional joke maker. I'm not a professional comedian, so okay. I think I will give support today. Okay. Yes. Okay. When we come to metaphors again, using the metaphors. So when we say, for example, about the road infrastructure, I'm sorry, about logistics in general. So delivery of products from A to B and delivering people, moving, commuting, vehicles, roads, and so on. Each of us understands that road construction is just one thing, and designing the roads, how to design the roads, designing the vehicles, another thing. And vehicles, by the way, we have different kinds of vehicles, and it's clear that if I have Renault Logan, let's say, okay, I will never have a ton of sand brought by this car, so it's not a car for that kind of load. So if we have a company building roads, quite strange to require the company to build a road where we limit certain types of transport to run it. So a level of discussion when it comes to a level of discussion of logistic issues, purely logistics. So breaking into levels, requirements formulation, it's clear because everyone can see it. These are things that are clear to everyone, including people who prepare certain provisions and certain standards, legislative acts, and so on. When we talk about internet, we don't have this understanding. This is a clear problem. This is really a problem, a big one. Let's start from DSA, okay? The Digital Resources Act. So IGF-UA is an organization, membership organization. And sometimes it's really hard to guarantee. There is consensus in it concerning certain issue. They're trying to use some careful formulations when it comes to assessment of certain acts, documents, and so on. But in this case, this is one of a rare example. This is one of there are examples where when RICC launch an official opinion and express concerns. And please draw your attention that there is a confusion between the levels of interaction. Confusion regarding these levels and what is described in the document in this opinion, official opinion, creates a threat for the nucleus. For example, for the operators who actually ensure communication, operators who ensure the system's functioning, dominate system DNS, and unfortunately, same happened when we were preparing the draft law on electronic communications in Ukraine. We cannot put in the law some technical stuff in the law. We just need to describe it by general words for no one to guess what that is. And as a result, we actually have pretty ambiguous interpretations. I talk about the law on electronic communications. I think we mostly managed to cope with it on the law. We mostly managed to eliminate it, but the problem is still the same. We need to have some general formulations which later will somehow overlap. If we actually use this word metaphor again, the search for stolen cars is mixed with I don't know, with the asphalt composition, because we cannot combine these things. It's all about logistics, actually. But this is the level that we have, the level of understanding. We mix everything in one basket, and this is the common problem for Ukraine and European Union and other countries as well. I think Alexander will tell you more about it. So this mixture, this combination, it's also dragged to the law. So concerning the Digital Services Act, we really claim we want the state bodies, we want the state power bodies, those organizations which are involved in the preparation to separate what we call the core of the internet itself and service functions. We want you to be very careful with the requirements of operators involved in the core of internet. When it comes to instant fulfillment of the requirements related to content, today actually, if Digital Services Act was adopted in that version, it was presented at the end of August. If it happened then, the European internet segment would be blocked very easily with DDoS, with, let's say, legal DDoS. So this is something that for us as an organization, we talk about 10,000 operators, communication operators in the region. It's not okay for us, and we are so concerned with that. And we officially issued this document. We presented it, so it exists. It's there. We saw the support on behalf of other actors for our position, for our opinion. We'll just see how it evolves. But so far, this concerning the law on electronic communications, unfortunately, in my opinion, there is a systemic problem in it. We can fight with this problem, and partially it's eliminated. And I took part in this process. We were communicating with Alexander Fidienko. We were looking for some consensus, try to find a consensus in the issues where I took part. So I did not intervene. There where I wasn't the expert, but concerning the infrastructure, the logical infrastructure of internet. That's where I was involved. So the systemic problem of the law is that we have this heritage exists, have the existing legislation, the current legislation, and a lot of bylaws. And we just need to combine it with harmonization with the EU acts. And if we have this heritage from the Soviet Union and the law on communication, which is itself the heritage. This is the phone practice, as I call it. So it's a heritage of that phone practice. So legislation did not take into account the internet existence as an entity. These packaged networks, their own laws, technical like standards, and basically transferring all this legislation to what we have today. And break everything instantly and rebuild it in one day, this is almost impossible. So the most important thing, it's really risky. It's really risky. It's a high risk. And the phone reality we live in, actually, we need to use the European initiatives. We need to combine it somehow. European initiatives. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just missing some words right now. So they're translated in Russian. I was trying to say right now that they're trying to be out of the technology, disconnected from the technology. And what we have as a result, we have a document where we have in one basket like everything at once, and the frequency resource management and implementation of enumeration, phone story. Enumeration is all the heritage basically that we got must be in the document, but it's like we're trying to get rid of it, but it must be there in the document anyway, the enumeration. And still, this enumeration somehow magically taking into account the initial formulations, it's also covering the internet as well. Because if we just read the definition, the addresses are the part of the enumeration, and the enumeration management, geographical numbers, and so on and so on, and all these things, all this somehow, surprisingly, this all basically this old school stuff somehow they try to relate it to internet, but it doesn't work. So after these long discussions, it would be a great idea, I think, to actually put it down how it works on the internet. So the enumeration is also related to phone entities and addresses, so it fully relates to internet. Bring it into one sentence and describe which principles function here and there, and yeah. With presentation of potential solutions for some obsolete old problems, I will not even mention these. We did not find support from other representatives and members of the working groups and the committee. So how it all finished, the idea was heard. Okay, people heard us. Certain consensus was there. Consensus is always about balance. And what was the consensus about? So they added a small piece concerning the infrastructure stuff, that something that relates to infrastructure does not relate to the core of internet. So the core of internet entities are not governed by this law. And that is how it all was taken out of the trend. So I'm so sorry, but I just need to interrupt you. We don't have enough time. So I will refer to you, to Mikhail, after this for to hold separate discussions, separate line sessions and roundtables. Uh, I finally got another joke from you. Maybe it's an old joke, but still we will use it. So I've noted some of your ideas. In a couple of minutes before the end of session, I will present it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Right now, I'd like to pass the floor to Mikhail, representative of IGF. I apologize so much because I want you to tell how the multi-stakeholder approach works in IGF, and like you have 5 or 7 minutes, and it's impossible to use such just minutes. So please, Mikhail, give us a second lecture on my multi-stakeholder approach, how I can organize it, so we have separate events, successfully function, and maybe some advice for Ukraine. Thank you, Oksana. Do you actually get me right now? It sounds very well. So you know a couple of words for NXT. I will use Russian. And my opinion is not very well so far. But first of all, I can have some called government engagement. Like at the same time, 90% for analyzing legislation and different initiatives, governmental initiatives all around the world. And so ICANN has its own document to analyze Digital Services Act. So many of the provisions in this document actually relate to something that Alexei mentioned, but maybe the interpretation can deal with a different perspective because ICANN works different.
As for multi-stakeholder approach, here I will also move away from the plan that I had made, but I have prepared another material that because now I understand the main topic of the session. That's why I will change its focus. Not about how it works, but about some maybe problems with this approach and those obstacles that are to be overcome in this way, which will probably turn out to be useful for everything that is planned in the Ukraine internet field. Multi-stakeholder approach, it's a classical approach, giving with the consideration of all the interests of all the stakeholders. So the main problem with such approach is the problem is institutional, because institutes, I understand from the economic point of view. So it's like an organization that's implementing or institute as the way of interaction between some notions. But all the problems of this approach are institutional. So what I mean is, how is it implemented by ICANN? When policies developed, any decisions made, when compliance of this decision, there's a community that consists of the different representatives of stakeholders, from the state till the end users, and the academia, business, non-government organization, commercial organization. And one of the main problems of the ideological problems of such approach is that very often we have to be somehow additionally sure or confident that this or that person or organization that participates in the discussion really represents the interests of that society. It's a gigantic problem. When some person comes and says, I would love to participate in the development of some policy, and I will be on the side of the user. How can you make sure that he is really on the side of the user or express interest of the user? And therefore, often the representatives of such interests are some organizations that which have developed a number of applications for quite a while that have an internal So Mikhail also disappeared. He got disconnected. I will reconnect. One second. Hello? Can you hear me? Sorry, I was disconnected. So, and the cell refers to the state. In every state, there is a big number of departments, and they are all, you know, having their own tasks. Can be the economic or informational security, or antitrust legislation. So the question of to say that the interests of the state are preserved is guaranteed by one body of again, it's the state committee. It's also a big problem. Another big problem that we face, that the notion itself of accounting interests of stakeholders requires at least being aware that opinion. Those side organizations that stand for their own interests and try to be always established to policy making, they have to be aware what obstacle is on the way for their interests to be taken into consideration. For example, when they contradict the interests of another group of stakeholders. In order to solve such problems, such institutional problems for the experience exchange, the Internet Governance Forum is needed. This is the main function. But the forum itself is just one event and that takes place once a year, and that's not enough. There must be some platforms for exchange of opinions on the regular basis during the entire period. And it is also the institute. It's also the way of communication and exchanges on different platforms is also the institute. So this institute also needs to be developed. Now I will sum up because I don't have much time. I can say that unfortunately this is the case when there is no one solution, because every problem is solved in a separate problem. Well, I can, for example, have some structure right now that is used in the society. But as for information security questions, I like that it's not a state, but it's a process. That's why the same can apply to multi-stakeholders. stakeholder is, that it's not a state, it's a continuous process based on development and establishment of the institute. So the sessions, the session that we had today, that made me move away from my initial plan, is that when the main task of development of such approaches to regulate processes, to regulate internet, global internet in Ukraine, and it has to be integrated into European regulated space. Then the first and main task in this case is establishing the institute that can support this stuff. That's on brief. This topic is endless, of course, but trying to be brief, that's what you get. Thank you a lot. I have recorded a short message, and in a few minutes I will read all our messages. I'm very grateful for very brief action, and I'm asking online offline event, to explain what multi-stakeholder approach is and why you can't have the single model of application. And now I would like to report to Sandra going to tell why or in which cases this approach not relevant. And I would like to say that we also want to have a more strict representative of the internet society, but somehow it didn't happen. I think that without this discussion is not very effective, and maybe Alexander should comment it on it. Thank you so much. I will do it without video because then I'll be disconnected. So the main problem, I think, in Russia with these laws appeared as a result of operators of connection and all those that we call stakeholders. They did not participate actively in the work on laws at the end of the night when the internet has only emerged. And I would say, as I say, notice that regulation in Russia is even worse than in Ukraine. Is sitting on the basis of the telephone regulation, and that doesn't work. And the items of law doesn't work, or that's where it origins from. Unfortunately, operators were just making money, and the civil society and the academia had their own costs. That's why they have adopted a lot of laws, which we have now. Apart from that, unfortunately, we have active imitation, professional, civil society, and if on adoption, in adoption of the laws, just laws were stupid, and then they made another round of stupid laws with more serious consequences, and different associations came up, like Russian Association of Electronic Communication. When they say we have to regulate it, we have to fight crime, we have to protect children. But it was clear that fighting crime, which is very good, happened where there was light, but not where they actually were. Because breaks from their transfer cables are here, and frauds you have to fall. It's easier to regulate those you can see, right, or test. But unfortunately, I have to say that I want the Russian regulation here is going in the direction of getting the initiative in self-regulation that NCC does. Fortunately, only when now they pay attention that something is wrong with the state governance. That's because in the Western Europe there was the Digital Services Act, and now the territory is actually we have a charter item that was organized by the authors of the internet in their time, and said that we are the leading ones here, that but to support the question position, you had to express disagreement with the current position of the government, and all those others of the internet, they changed their rules of the game, and in the situation with IPAN, unfortunately, your mind, the founder of also has had the representatives of government, and then that was a question, why did you have a meeting? Not openly, but you just came one day. He replied, well, it just happened like this. So we shouldn't hope that abroad such organizations can help us. Like Western Europeans say that we have no such problem. Also, I would like to warn you and to wish you to your working association, not, because if they, stop their activity, and there will appear another session that will take your place. I don't have much time, I guess I will not compare your initiative with the Russian initiative, but please find it that in any way you're trying to focus on books that have been adopted in Russia already, and they are not it's not that they're just not, they are being abused by the fraudsters from the law enforcement agencies and so on. So there's always the possibility to check and say that last year I had similar to this in grade breaking, and I think I still envy you that your multi-stakeholder approach is a lot more multi-stakeholder than us, that your MPs are ready to communicate, the representatives of government are ready to communicate, and you serve as an example of how it can work in the population that is part of Europe or not hiding. Thank you so much.
Alexander, thank you so much. Thank you. We heard that the Asian approach is a very progressive one, and we can work with that as well. Which is very, very happy for experience. We'll definitely do something. I did not. Hey, well, yesterday we had this governance discussed, and the regulation work. I hope that in Ukraine we will not this 100% of the regulation. I really want you to support my statement. So basically, we're stealing the time from other section. So can you fix that on there, please? I'll send it to all the speakers in half an hour. Your integration process with Ukraine. Maybe someone would like to comment on something. Hi. Hi. I just want to clarify the word, clarify the terms regulation and governance. I use the regulation word itself in a very narrow context. When it comes to creation of laws because it's not regulation. This is just legal. Basically, we need to take into account the opinions of stakeholders. Governance, internet governance is not a legislative process. That's why the word governance is not passed on. Many think that it's not some other. Actually, well, this is just we avoid it. Because it means a little bit different other entities, different from Mikhail. Putin said yesterday that Russia will use. Okay, so I'm sorry, question. So again, have a separate discussion on attitude regulation, governance, and so on. Ukraine is integration to digital market Europe, project, which will other sectors, Ukraine integration to Europe, mainly use consumers, requirement insurance should be created to reimburse the damage to consumers. The awareness raising campaign. Mr. Shulha, I will call right now. I'll call Mr. Shulha because I had nothing. We need to understand the essence of core of internet during the development of European and Ukrainian legislative acts. Separate requirements with core of internet and its service functions. Get rid of phone traffic logic. So you may not have one single model, multi-stakeholder approach. You need to create relevant institutions. The risk of fake multi-stakeholder entities is there. I'm sorry for being that way, but I'll write to everyone who registered as speaker, and in an hour or in an hour and a half, I'm still waiting for that message. Colleagues, objections, anything? Thank you so much, and thank you, and see you at the next Internet Governance Forum. So I'm sorry for actually this small delay that we had. I'm really glad to see you all here today at this one of the last sections of the forum on Internet governance. IGF-UA, our section is called The Challenges of the Internet in Eastern Europe, Infrastructure and Legal Dimension. So I'm very glad to present my colleagues, people who work in the public sector. So O.Prykhodko, who's the co-founder of Ukrainian Foundation of Safety or Security Studies, and V.Moroz, deputy head of them. And Igor is a lawyer in media law. So, dear colleagues, hello. Thank you for actually joining us. So today, our session will last for the first 50 minutes, and then we will continue talking to Belarusian experts in the area of internet development. But in this session, I really want to talk about the challenges for free internet development in Ukraine, because partially we will touch upon the issues of draft laws, also cooperation with such tactical monsters and corporations, and also we'll talk about the challenges concerning the assessment of the challenges that the international community has. So we'll start with a small referral to the previous day. We had the first day of the forum yesterday, and I really want to ask Igor and Yulia, I want to ask some questions. I want to ask the same question. What is the aim? So yesterday we had a slight difference when we tried to evaluate the situation. I mean, the government representatives had their own idea and opinion, and also the technical community, they had their own vision. So I'm sorry, our speakers are coming out and coming in. I think this is some technical shit going on. Okay. Anyway, yesterday, during the first day, the expert on cybersecurity, Konstantin Korsun, he gave a very negative assessment concerning the condition of cybersecurity in Ukraine, and he also noted that the system practically doesn't work. So it's like it was born that already, was never installed properly, but still it's 2020. And on the other hand, we had Mr. Andrei Nabok presenting the Ministry of Digital Transformation. He was very positive when he talked about the development of a plan of internet accessibility in villages, 4G presentation. His plans were presented in such an optimistic voice, and all the steps that already are there were mentioned. So can we combine in one country? On the one hand, such opinions that the cybersecurity, like everything, is so shitty, but some reforms are still there. Something's happening. We try to make it more innovative. We try to increase the internet accessibility. Yulia, maybe you'll be the first one. Okay. I think that there is no controversy between these things. I think that each of the stakeholders is evaluating it on one zone. So the development of the networks and its security. Basically, these are the aspects of the same phenomenon. And it's clear that people who are not related to cybersecurity cannot actually evaluate how safe it is, whether we can support safety in the network. The Ministry of ET, their task is to increase the access to networks, of course. We also know that the ministry has an opinion. We heard how cybersecurity is written. We heard that sometimes people even exaggerate. I don't agree that they exaggerate. Yes, we do have these polarized opinions. Oh, it's natural because people from different perspectives are assessing the same phenomenon. That's why we have. I would say that the situation is a little bit more complicated. On one hand, really is correct. So if we have put together the ID guy, the lawyer, and the consumer, and the official, they will have their own ideas and opinions because everyone are boiling in their own casserole. So in the draft law, which I was analyzing, all the acts I was analyzing within the last year, I have this very interesting impression. Well, we can see that certain positive things are offered. People are trying to solve some issues where we had no solutions for years, but still, even in one draft law, we may combine positive and very negative. For example, we have the draft law on the security service Ukraine that is being pushed in Rada, and the draft by itself is okay, but in the context, in that context, that we want media legislation to have this function. That, for example, the security service of Ukraine may initiate the cancellation of license for the teacher. This is the violation of any statute. So you can show it in this situation, this example. It's like we have a good draft law, but still, this is a flaw. This is a flaw, and many flaws. And what's happening in our legislative field, it always creates this misbalance, like positive and negative pros. So speaking about the structure, so infrastructure, still there is a big problem. Looking at the infrastructure itself, not with the iron, not with the tech itself, but the human factor. The human factor, which is also a painful spot in the industry, because still some of our officials use electronic addresses, mail.ru, or Yandex, whatever. So you see it, especially in the agencies that are so close to the IT area. Can say nothing more but something improper. So definitely this is wrong. Definitely this is wrong, and we have full internet. I've been abroad. I just want to say that Ukraine has very high quality internet, and we can feel it. First, we have problems and this gap. It's economic. It's economic. In the cities, we have full internet. At the same time, we still have problems with certain, like level of literacy, understanding what security is, software use, the Russian software use, for example. So truly, it's multidimensional. We have both, of course. Vitaly. Yes, Igor, thank you. Thank you for this opinion. I'd like to ask each of you. Oh, yesterday when we started the forum, the President suspended this draft law on electronic communication. They updated. We know how important that is. It's going to harmonize the legislation with the European Act. So I have a question concerning everything that the President recommends. There was one of the ideas that he considers still worth analyzing is the transparency of the activity of communication operators. In the civic society, we still stand for this idea that media must be fully transparent, and the property structure for the media, this is one of the most important questions generating a lot of discussions. So isn't it just a too strong request, actually, when it comes to the property structure, transparency, what providers communication media? So I'll start. No, I don't think it's too much, and we have a nice case.
It's an interesting case. It's conflict 2011 when local providers from one of the funds, when they had a formal reason, but still local people, telecom ISP, they just stopped providing a signal up to oppositional channels. And this case showed when the owners of media and owners of had a fight, had a situation that two TV channels, lost the chance presented in the on the TV channels, and on air. So the transparency of the ownership for telecom is important, and it's part when there is no concentration and freedom of speech is not violated by the manual possibility to spread this freedom as freedom or ICT or IT. And as usual, and there are the same years connected with the public. So the international knowing such examples of one sphere of another sphere does not have such rigid conditions, but we have to, but probably showing who is right. I agree with you. The transparency of property is a very important condition for understanding what happens here. The responsibility of the players. That's why I completely support EHER here. The association of the brain will probably stand on the top of the players and the size for the factor interested in research is as much as possible, that which will enable us to know and to adhere to the standards of EU. I would like now to go back to the questions on how the other organizations are assessing the value of the internet. Should be reminded of the studies and international Internews Ukraine last year had a study which was called Calculating Internet and have assessed two legislative acts or one initiative of the Commission and the draft on media, and we will continue this draft, but we also have some cumulative research, freedom of the net, and it's interesting that Ukrainian media discourse on this rating there were negative connotations. And journalists read less the content of the study, but they just pay attention to the comments of those comments in the study. But the Dutch Ukraine is improving its rating 2 years in a row, 5 scores to 6 scores more, but still. And there still, of course, remains some issues. The report just mentioned that the practice of grounded disconnection from home, there are no requirements for licenses for the providers, but altogether, initiative on information was mentioned, which is read, and implementation of certain restrictions for citizens on the data at home observation. So in your opinion, is this study, does the study show the progress of Ukraine in internet becoming free? And maybe some of the things were overestimated in this report. Eva? Well, working with ratings, I understand that there are questions here when the assessment was made, and I hope with international ratings there's a problem that often they are made not exactly with the players they participate in the process and things like the context. And so, of course, in this report we have freedom house, we have no. It was given too much attention, and there was an initiative and it was the right initiative, but it was dedicated, it got too much attention. From the point of view of fair risks, the most fair risks are courts that approve decisions about all the websites because of the copyright of not these websites. And when I read this discussion, I don't know who made it up, but it's absolute nonsense. So no user can have copyright as the author. He's just adding his comment there. This is the problem in practice. And the second story is that you see, we can't live in the spirit vacuum. So it's obvious that certain threats they require some legislative regulation. Another question is how. So blocking websites on the internet. We all understand that you can't do it completely. Just like the criminal code will never be able to do of the criminal level, but it doesn't mean that the state should be not responsive. Another thing is proportionality. To which extent is the tools that are proportionate, and are they achieving the cooling effect and so on? And are we actually solving that problem that needs to be? For example, in Stanford, when we want to have certain policy and stop, we have to design that, and then the mechanism is produced. The hypothesis is that this mechanism will solve it, and then we implement it. And on each stage, you can go back and understand that the problem that you're trying to solve really is solved not by bans, but by some other tools. And the question of this information that we have always got, this information cannot be handled by just banning something. There must be interaction. And in which way, what wasn't taken into consideration by the previous government of Poroshenko or by today's government of Zelensky? I would say that the main chronicle problem of all government Ukraine is absence of good communication with citizens. When things are not explained in simple words through the channels that the citizens are watching or consuming. For example, when there is no such explanation, such countries as the IGF-UA starts working here, and when we know their rhetoric, and how they distort even some positive changes, and how they can ascribe something that is not there. I myself have been the object of such applications. Therefore, lack of communication, lack of good interaction between authorities are the key ones. When one ministry does one thing, and then we find out that two more ministries are interested in that topic, and they're also doing something that is not effective, spending of state budget sources, and that's non-interaction, because each of these ministries, they could have added, to have this cumulative effect. But we have the imbalance between institutions, and until we overcome it, we will often deal with the situation when one this minister does one thing, another minister does another thing, and we're always looking for the way to make peace with it. And it's a cyclic thing that is just agitating. So this is in your attention, you're doing policies and developing policies, so how can you assess it? So when, fighting these challenges, I would say that one of the main problems, that's my request, that when we talk about some problem, we don't have to say that no, it's not possible. Because our discussions, and from the no, even we are okay like this, but the world is not that easy. And there are challenges that are currently with the AI perspective. But yes, you understand that yes, I'm no IT expert. I know some basic things, but I do not know those deep things. I work in a certain area, but of course I would need a good professional expertise from those who know this, how it can work, how it can't, how we apply it another way. That's that. But everyone is a specialist here. Everyone thinks it's cool, but when it's about interrelationship, then you often experience some comfort. Many different types. But the coolest policies that were produced, they happened to many very different specialists gathered together and discussed this phenomenon, and were looking for ways to solve it, but it didn't say that nothing can be done. Yeah, the floor is yours. Yes, I agree with you in many things. Buddha, you can join our discussion so that we had less of a monologue. Yes. If we speak about policy, about policy production, if we take a look how it's done in many democratic states, then at first there is many-sided studies of the problem. What is happening right now with this fighting disinformation, you saw a certain symptom that was easy to detect. I mean, the spread of this fake information, but it's just a symptom, and the symptom of a lot deeper processes which take place in the informational sphere. Process emergence of the internet, and how the income has been distributed, how the two challenge the function of the life. And also here, often use such a thing that media is business, but the situation has changed drastically, and very often trying to be business leads to harming some hot news to attract attention in this environment. So there have been many changes with the impact of internet on social networks, but we still continue to try to fit it all into the frames that existed before that. If we speak about policies, that it seems to be that before producing any answers to questions, you have to study the environment and understand what are the players, what their interests are, what are the problems. If we speak about the law on fighting against disinformation, we have approached it something that is made. It was about disinformation being a threat for democracy. But in what way does it happen? What we are to protect? And before producing answers to what we are to do, I think we at first have to find out what we are protecting against what, and then to talk about what way. And I completely agree with you that the most critical discussion would be when at this table we'll have different players from different spheres, from the civil society, also human rights, and the state itself, and the public. And it has to be the attempt to try to hear each other, because we all have different approaches. Technical community is often approaching this question by saying that the state is, like the enemy, and has got to be part of it. So freedom, of service providers, for example, that's what started. this idea is preserved. But on the other side, we have our law enforcement agencies that come out from the Soviet times and traditions, when the threat was always any dissemination of information, because in the Soviet Union, the telephone connection was not well developed.
And actually, to make a copy, you needed to get the permission from your authority. Just imagine that. So we all are different. We all see these threats in a different way. And before we actually formulate some solutions, what we protect, who is the threat, how we protect, and only then actually see how we can withstand this this threat. I'm sorry, Yulia. Yes, about the report. So let's come to another question right now. House reports. Well, concerning the reports, yes, I do think we need to take these into account, of course, at some extent, but still we need to understand that today there are no. So, if we want to find solutions for those challenges related to dissemination of IT technologies and the opportunities provided by it to actually another destructive tendencies, no one has clear answers on how it should be. And these reports are being criticized. They tell how it should not be, but yes, it's like we need to take into account that we need to understand that any kind of prohibition must be there for law, it must be transparent. But at the same time, we don't have the solution, but we need to look for it. Like we're doing this. I'd like to refer to the pandemic question, to the pandemic issue. In summer and in spring this year, when we had lockdown started, we had this huge discussion on possible prohibitions of the internet rights concerning to dissemination of governments of different countries. If we can take the context, they offer different solutions. We have models, like more successful ones, and where the technologies were voluntary for people, like showing the example of Scandinavian countries. In your opinion, even if you take the context, Ukraine. So if Ukraine is there, are we a successful country? Because we also had our government proposing certain solutions on how to fight the consequences of COVID. And did it somehow limit the rights of Ukrainian citizens in the digital area? Julia, please. Well, maybe I'll say now about holding people liable under the article on information and have these cases. And the courts truly, the courts were actually closing the cases. So I can tell you that we had attempts on behalf of the state to violate the rights, but I think those attempts were not very effective, not very successful, because when it comes to division of information or data, the virus itself, every day we are provided the statistics on the number of people who actually were infected with the disease. This statistics is not itself a solution for us. We cannot say how people should respond, and what is the danger here? What is the threat related to this virus? I didn't see so many prohibitions. Maybe it was tracing better. I don't know. We speak about violations of digital rights. Ukrainian citizens. Are there any examples? Because I can bring examples. But I like to get it from you. So tell me, please. I just want to tell you a little bit that lockdown resulted or detected the problems that we have in Ukraine. Digital gap. And for example, in Kyiv, I can about a child and Zoom, but when I go to my summer house, my summer cloud is the only provider. It's not just like I'm advertising. Kyivstar cannot give me proper internet, so I used only one provider that I have there in this rural community. So 30 kilometers from Kiev, I already started having problems with that. And when we push people to this lockdown, so access to internet is a crucial thing. This is the idea that we actually wanted to use in 2015 when we had this constitutional commission, when we were providing recommendations, and together with other partners, we offered to fix this in the constitution. Well, and proper internet, that the government must create conditions to develop internet to fight these gaps. And COVID is a very good example that the problem is there, and the state should offer any solutions, not itself, not building it itself, but actually not create this legislative framework actually to allow commercial providers to do this. So concerning the violation of rights, yes, we had protocols, yes, we had it, and we don't have this black and white approach. So we, quite a long time, we had this article in the Code on Administrative Offenses for holding people liable, those who disseminate fake information, if it leads to certain negative consequences. So if there was just a protocol with no consequences, well, it's a violation, and you can actually go to the court with it, and it was done. So we have a problem, another problem that I faced on my own problem. The Russian resource blockage. I am a supporter. I want to. I really support it. Limitation is not a prohibition. I don't have the solution. So you just have your VPN and you turn it on. But anyway, just to change behavior and mentality of people, I think this is how it is done. And for example, when I want to enter the website, Polish webpage, where we have these metrics, and they say that access is blocked according to the decree of the president. Well, we still have problems with office. We need to think how we can actually improve it if we can. So, it can be violated. For example, when we truly want to block something from Eastern Ukraine, some separatist resource, but we can in parallel block other resources in one package simultaneously. That's where we won't have authentic information. The problem is personal data. So our law is already 10 years old on personal data. It was adopted in 2010. But the personal data we had, we don't have still this culture protecting personal data, and we actually get personal data for any discount, like, and we start actually filing lawsuits against the state and the court defending them. But this is about the state. Do you remember anything with the Moderator website? This was a Russian website quite long ago, like 10 years ago, which collected all possible databases, which were there, let's say, the markets, the defense on it. And I even found there, for example, information about administrative liability on passport laws and identification code numbers of people who actually injected these codes. So this was a hyper database, a database that existed for a year, and I had this question: then why the hell the state does not protect my data? Because the state has the most sensitive data about me, my data. So when we try to implement new technologies today, I love innovations. They really simplify our lives. So setting any queues with reports and tax service for 2 clicks with your personal office. Well, this is a difference. This is really convenient. But I always have this question: are my data protected? Will someone use this against me later? It's always there, with like different intentions. So the risks, I'd say that the more we digitalize, and COVID actually pushed us to digitalize. And I have this huge question, like, are we protected? Are we protected enough? Okay, so this is a comprehensive question, because when we talk about protection of personal data, we can talk about approaches of the state. The state must propose some relevant legislation, also practice local practices. And in this situation with COVID, we've seen so many things that locally in communities, hospitals were posting the addresses of patients who actually were infected with COVID. These personal data were just posted on websites of city councils, local councils, village councils, departments, Ministry of Health, the local level, and it tells us more about this general and digital literacy and media literacy and the familiarization with the laws, because the government actually they want to fully digital skills by developing loads of programs, training, culture definitely, and things with the national sectors. So behavior, we need to have this culture of respect for personal data to feel what you can do, what you can't. So generally, just a remark, I just want to say, so access to public information. Well, this area suffered a lot from COVID, first of all, physically, because there were no people in the digital bodies who were not deadlines. We have also the penalties today. We have the law on intelligence, provides the opportunity to not be covered by the law. No one from the access area experts, additional positions. So we need to monitor all these draft laws. What exactly is it? And what we see, how it gives an opportunity to actually push some negative legislation. And we can use COVID to say we don't have this, let's take this provision away because we cannot enforce it. And this may lead to callbacks, to violations of human rights when it comes to personal information. This is what we have, and we have practical cases when people did not get information in a timely manner, or were not provided at all. But COVID also leads to this as well. Julia, do you have something to say regarding this? Because I have a couple of questions to both of you. Well, I had a comment regarding what you mentioned, that people do post information about infected patients, websites. Well, as far as I understand, if it is placed there, it's placed to warn people. We had this huge discussion, online discussion, when we were informed that in some cities, the information about, let's say, on the streets and condominiums, it has become public with infected people. There was a discussion. Really, this information is useful because, again, people in this house, they do understand that they must be very careful with what they do, and this information helps them to stay alert, stay safe, and take safety measures. So we have two sides here. We have two sides. We have two aspects. So again, personal data, yes?
Let's go back to the question on the legislative initiatives and mention that the COVID-19 situation is also helping the government to promote the solutions, from the point of view of the data protection. But pandemics also gives the possibility to COVID default, and allocation or distribution of the funds, or not, being the fact that it was impossible to foresee the pandemics and to counteract it that's why there's maybe not enough money right now to fight COVID and its consequences. So I would like to hear the opinion of the lawyer. Which legislative initiatives were noticeable, which are being developed now, and not necessarily initiatives that refer to the technical society, but the digital rights of citizens. I already mentioned it. It's the draft law on disinformation. This in that format is not going to appear in the parliament, and I hope that we will pose the problem before it's settled. Also, our draft law on media has become rather scandal-like, and it means that we have already touched many interests. There's a big politics. The perspective is rather foggy because against it, lots of oligarchs has spoken. Everything that is connected to the law enforcement agency, the trouble on the state security service of Ukraine, which is already in the parliament, on the gender information that caused also lots of arguments. And the trouble that you started with is also vitally important, and it has to be thought. The amendments that the president is insisting on have to develop as soon as possible to give effect to the signature. So from our sphere, the most strategic ones of ratification of the Convention and has become kind of quite a difficult event because Ukraine has launched this convention. It will come into process on the 1st of December. And thanks to Ukraine, it's very important so that we wouldn't be just the one who are implementing some norms that are coming from somewhere, but to be proactive ourselves. Plus, from time to time, some fun proposals appears like to bend, to walk, to drive off tradition that's in the parliament, and it happens all the time. You have to try to fight it, try to oppose it. But here we again go back to more global problems that the legislative process in Ukraine is not quite adequate because the primary source of where the draft laws should have appeared should be ministries or independent bodies if it's about some specific areas, which are to work with a specialist in civil society and the government would have to only choose out what offered or suggested. Right now we have there's only here in the parliament and over 4,000 draft laws, and that's not normal. These numbers in every parliament, when the numbers go over 10,000, means that we have big legislative problems. We have many draft laws that are not compliant with any international standards or just common sense. But it's a paper dose attack the parliament. And of course, it's not good. Most importantly, when one sphere is regulating its issues and is forgetting to invite others here. So the questions of the security service of Ukraine and the intelligence service is very clear. And I understand why they're not inviting us, but it's not state policy. It's something like we will do something silent the way that we want it to be solved, and won't be responsible for it. So that's the absence of the intersectoral communication creates a lot of problems for us. Seems to me the specifics of Ukrainian mentality, because we do not have the understanding that we all coexist here together and we are to take into account interest of all. But it's not only Ukrainian problem. Any democratic process in any state, including someone initiating something and then some, opposition against the institutions, are also treated our processes rather skeptical. But after I have read about the way these processes are taking place in the USA, when the organized groups or one organized group, counteract other organized groups, and there are institutions by which they can influence the formation of rules in the society. And it seems to me that it's absolutely normal. The only thing that differs is that we do not compete, but we are just trying to pull it on us, that we are to communicate more. If we speak about the law on the intelligence unit on the security service of Ukraine, have some Soviet times traditions when that sphere considers itself to be the lead sphere, and I think that they are the smartest and the best. I know they know better how to do this and that. So I think, unfortunately, it's still happening like this, but I think it's a process of growing up. And I think that this new generation, and in many discussions I participate, it's different. And the new generation understands that we have to be co-founders of the common space. And I think so this idea will be changing step by step. Julia, Ihor, thank you. I would like to ask you short questions. Maybe it is too global for short answers, but please try to answer in very brief, because we still have 5 minutes left to proceed our session with our colleagues in Belarus. And this question will refer to the cooperation of those gigantic companies. So lately, Ukraine's global social network is increasing. Ukrainians are paying more for subscriptions, digital subscription, and Ukrainians are using the social networks more and more. And the research of the last year from Internews showed that in Ukraine, 68% of Ukrainians find out the news from the social network, and this indicator is 66% from the television. So the teacher again, they are playing important roles in our lives, and they are making some steps, to interact with the state. How do you assess these policies? Does Ukraine interact better with them, and where does cooperation take, in which direction? So 2-3 minutes for one reply. So, in fact, from my communication, but also communicating with Facebook, I see two problems. There is a problem when the page against don't care about us, and when it's hard to do anything. Yesterday, I had the conversation with Netflix because they started sending me some ads to subscribe to Russian Google, but their reply was like, we are deeply, bothered. Sorry. But there's also leftover legislation that's enable better with and when they ask why you can't interact with them because you did not install the certain mechanism for better interaction. And this is also the election and the tax legislation question. When we want to see how much money the candidates are spending on Facebook, this information is partly transparent. Facebook made a favor, but on the other side, we did nothing to legally pay for ads. And it's our question. In order to interact with them, there must be enter. On the other side, there must be the legislation that would enable us to do it. So, not define here who is to cooperate with the judge. It's the ministry that used to be on information policy, but has been reorganized, and this is the first organization for the year. So people change, and the priorities change, and I completely agree that in this case, Ukraine is not ready for this cooperation because it hasn't formulated what we need and how we're going to interact, what are conditions and what are wishes. As far as I know, with the civil society, Facebook is interactive. There are more steps that are checking the information and debates, and I have communicated with the professionals and said that in fact the very clear conditions of cooperation, the criteria for it to work and function. So from the side of Facebook, I think the readiness to cooperate is present, but from the side of Ukraine, there's not the appropriate level of organization. Okay, thank you, Julia. So I think that during the following IGF, the question of cooperation with T giants is going to be raised again, and then maybe 1 year later we'll see a completely different situation when there will be more regulated relations, because every week for political and purchase political parties spend hundreds of thousands of USD, and the Ukrainian budget did not receive any taxes from that money. And to which extent these funds were actually invested to the pre-electoral funds and how much they were reported was also a big question. Julia, thank you so much for your participation, for your answers. Unfortunately, we do not have time to continue, and I would like to I would like to invite to join us Alexei from Belarus, Alexei Kozlyuk. Alexei, please turn your microphone and join us with your video. And we proceed. I would like to remind all those who have joined us just now to our broadcasting. It's the 11th IGF Ukraine. It's the event that is annual, and now we have the session number 5, challenges of the challenges for the free internet in the Eastern Group, infrastructural and legal dimensions. We're waiting until Alexei is joining us. I see Alexei joining us with his presentation, and it's important to check the microphone in order to hear Alexei. Just a second. Yes, good day, everyone. Greetings. Today. Yes, greetings, Alexei. Thank you for having joined us. We have informal cooperation between Belarus, IGF, that also takes place. I don't know if there's going to be Belarus IGF this year, because we have protests, and perhaps maybe it's something that you are not busy with. But if there will be, then we are happy to see the representative of the Belarus specialist for the technical community. Alexei, welcome.
Alexei, welcome, and I want the hour of our communication to look like this. So we start with what? We would like to see a presentation concerning how actually the shutdown of internet happened, what problems in Belarus had with internet, and then we will continue the discussion. Okay, Alexei, please. So of course, I will tell you about something that we had. I think it would be definitely better if I use Russian. But of course, in Ukrainian, I'll definitely take it. So my name is Alexei Kozlyuk. I'm a lawyer and activist, human rights activist, and also, usually this my presentation will be less technical, maybe, of what happened it will describe more the human rights aspect and the legal aspect. So still we have this very good technical team, and with some technical, I'll mention some technical data, of course, because monitoring work was really, really huge. A lot of tasks we had, including the version, the state version of what happened, of course. Due to this monitoring, it's really even hard to criticize their version because it's absolutely lousy. So I'll start with a story. We have the IGF here and the wonderful event, and we have the Human Constanta, the organization which I present. We had a huge contribution from Belarus, starting from the second IGF, who were the co-founders of it, and we always use the multi-stakeholder approach for internet governance. Of course, for Belarus, it might sound strange, comic, even a little bit, and funny in the situation, but we truly believe that something good may happen. Something good may happen. So this story, everything that I want to tell you, it happened at the second IGF, 2017. This was the day when you, in Ukraine, you adopted the rules according to which Russian services were blocked, yes, and massively blocked. And we're like sitting at lunch at IGF with a representatives of the analytical center, this digital secret service, as we call it in Belarus, which is the regulator, by the way, of any internet activity and in telecom area. So we just sit and we talk about Ukraine, how it's happening in Ukraine, and of course, we have the same opinion that Belarus would never have something like that. And of course, in Belarus, we always had these rules concerning the website blockage, and some websites, also media sites, were blocked. But again, these were just like minor cases, individual ones. We had no massive blockages and prohibitions. Access to media, we had nothing done at Belarus, and we come from 2017, from this wonderful table talk and Cold Wars, Belarusian IGF. We go to 2020 right now, August 2020. You all know this is the month of election, presidential election in Belarus, and on August 9th we had the election day, and we had the preparation period starting from May. In June, we started registering some abnormal things. We had to investigate it somehow. Mobile internet abnormalities. So we thought this were some kind of like preparatory, preliminary tests of the state to somehow block the internet during the election. Of course, we prepared ourselves for some local blockages, but we had what we had. And okay, so officially we had this. On August 9th, in the Russian segment of internet, what fell on us? So what we had. Unprecedented attack we had on state services. Basically, it made impossible, it blocked the whole internet. It made it possible to use it. Many Belarusian users, the majority of us, like we were cut off, okay, from the internet. So local services worked for a couple of days, but during the shutdown, they worked somehow, they functioned, but the access to global services, it was blocked. At least to those who was too slow and did not start using, as we call it, the VPN, some programs like VPN. So what happened within that shutdown in Belarus? In the evening of August 8th, these 6 protocols were turned off, and you can see it in right at this network. If you observe it, another monitoring networks, you can very well observe it. At 8 a.m., so before that, we had certain warnings. We had certain messages, I can say. For some big users that probably may have some blockages, temporary blockages, problems with access. So all of us were trying to prepare for that. And we had some events, awareness raising events organized. We try to forecast some scenarios for the events to happen, and what could we actually do in that kind of situation, what tools to use to stay online. But we couldn't forecast this, and we somehow expected that also those who initiated this, they did not know and they did not forecast it as well. So the services that used HTTPS, the protected connection, they also were cut off. So you can see which protocols were turned off, and we had problems with DOR. Also, cloud hostings and the key messengers did not work. They did not function. So actually, apart from all this, if you talk about the technical priorities, so 80%. So the capacity of the external channel was 80%. Was with 80% decrease. So 80% of traffic was off external channel, and everything else was coming to TTPI. So the equipment which filtered the traffic, and there was an intention to filter the traffic that was coming through VPN services, traffic coming through messengers. We assume that this was the way for the state bodies and agencies to limit information that goes to the country and comes out, so to limit the users in their communication capacity. So we couldn't even somehow avoid the blockages and TOR, the anonymization, and also we could not get the objective information, the partial part. And also we had some blockages on websites, and we could not fix these because when your internet is off, blockages, it just doesn't make sense whether you have blockages or not. So blockages are useless. I would say, I'd just like to ask you, at the beginning you told you had this attack on the state website. So now looks like it was like a planned campaign from the government. So it was not an external attack. Was it an external attack requested by the government? So what do you think? Do you actually investigate this? Where did it come from? Just tell us. So the thing is, no proof for this attack. There was no proof for this attack. So this was, we had the official attacks, and still it's the only official explanation of what was happening on August 9th, 11th, and no other clarifications were there. No investigation is taking place because they did not actually raise this issue anymore. The official version is that this was DDoS attack. You have a DDoS attack without any signs. International monitoring networks did not fix any spikes in traffic, so you cannot have this attack. This is a very interesting story, and people who, let's say, use these tools with the internet, and people who then tried to create these versions like why the internet was off, or I don't know. I think these were different people, and it was quite a raw explanation. The state service was the independent media, they were blocked. So the characteristics of the situation, any confirmation, we had any DDoS attack on the state service. So, as we understand it, like attempt to create a version and something very big. So nobody expected the whole internet to be cut off. As far as I understand, we simply want to block some of the services. But they wanted us to take away all the information from those internet unavailable, and they had to invent this specific version. Monitoring what we saw on the Web Atlas, what happened actually. So this is like the technical picture. Services not being available very, very unexpectedly. Mobile internet off. I'll talk a bit later. I'll just do a bit more. I'll tell you this. Here had shutdown was kind of tough. First component is traffic of the DPI and also the external channel. So external channel has become a bottleneck. Simply did not cope with the traffic, and it's not like it could, but traffic itself could not just go through. So secondly, the blockage VPN services, and basically the services which allowed to extended services which allowed you to blockages, proxies were blocked, and we had identities were blocked. So it was like a merry-go-round, you know, like a race. So apart from that, we also had a problem with mobile internet. Mobile internet off 3 times during the shutdown. So, on 9th, 10th, and 11th. And usually it happened in the evening, and we had the protest activity at its peak. It means that people who stayed at home, those who somehow managed to make this blockage, they tried to go to internet, like we had the minority. Even when these people appeared on the street, they were without any mobile connection. They were like out of internet. So we've lived for 3 days, for whole 3 days in this situation. So we can see the mobile internet connection graph, and the operators did not connect anything. Prevented limitations that we had at the stage of external traffic. Simply, we're all referring to some superior provider, which creates restrictions. But nothing was mentioned that of their autonomous block. They block their own networks, mobile internet every evening. They did not even mention that, but somehow they are responsible. On August 23rd, there was one provider who actually recognized that there were certain decrees from the state and instructions from the state to actually turn the internet off or to lower the capacity for the traffic in mobile. Actually, to us, mobile internet works in Belarus, and how the system works. Can we control the provider or operator?
Excellent question. Everybody is trying to answer. The specialists see no precedent, but those who did not observe the internet in Belarus often they are shocked because it's hard for them to imagine. But everything was formed in years, maybe for decades. So it is the market that the monopoly for the external traffic it belongs to the state. There are only two providers who have the right to do the state traffic. So all the other ones can contact just to get the access to the total entrance. So on the networks of these two providers, do whatever to limit the external traffic. Very unsimilar situation to the way telecom market looks like in Ukraine or how it is in Russia. Even in Russia, to turn off the external internet is still a lot more difficult than in Belarus. That's what it looks like. So on the one side, there's the statement of mobile operators right when they say that they can do nothing with the connection to the external internet, that it's legitimate, but they do not explain their activities, turning it off on the level of mobile network, on the level of their networks, turning off internet connection. So once again, from June, we were forcing such an instrument as UNI for monitoring the blockages on the websites, but it turned out to be unuseful when there is a full shutdown of the internet. So there are some important measures, but you can see the way you can see that the internet was really turned off. And now you don't have to prove it because there's lots of data, but there were no official statements and nobody admitted that internet in Belarus was turned off. And they still don't admit it. They're just saying that, yes, they have that DDoS attack that caused certain complications. Once again, when we speak about shutdown of 2009, 2011, we speak about a fake shutdown, not real one, because some broadband capacity was present. You could get it with the internet, but by the tools that were not available to everyone. But there were still options. On the 17th of August, we fixed a global shutdown, national shutdown for Belarus when internet was off even for 15 minutes, but it was off completely. According to data of NetBlocks, on the 17th of August, it is somehow coincided in a weird way with the speech of the former president before working employees in one of the plants when he was called, and at the same time, at that moment, Belarus had the internet shut down for 15 minutes. An interesting coincidence. As I already mentioned, one person was brave enough to comment this on the 23rd of August, mobile internet on Sundays, and here it's first mentioned that 3 days passed. Yes, on the 12th of August, the country has already opened up the internet. That was on, but at the same time, every Sunday, during big protests, number of which in some days was over 200,000 people, the connection was limited. There were options that perhaps it was because of the not big crowd of people in one place, but having observed it in those regions where there was not so many people, not crowds, so we understand it was the intentional shutdown of internet on the 23rd of August. They have admitted for one shutdown that there were some orders, and they are made to turn off 3G network. here we'll again go back to telecom market. All operators, all mobile operators, they rent 4G network from Belarus, from the state provider. And that means that 4G network, so none of the providers have their own 4G networks. So here they're completely dependent upon the infrastructural provider. Alexei, a question. If the first provider or operator suffering by such problems, did others start commenting also and write on their website or information media that the state authorities may have turned off the internet, or were there just cases? Well, actually, after the first ones commented, all the others, we have only 3 mobile providers. A1, Belarus, and and Life. And they have confirmed that indeed they started confirming that this was happening because of the decision of the state authorities. And if we speak about what did work, so again, when you are in the street in the evening during mobile shutdown, nothing is going to work but for SMS and voicemail, and not all the time. But if you are at home and you're using your home internet, then tools, they worked. But they were not all efficient in the same way, but still they did work. Why? Good question. All these tools have, they are using certain techniques of coding the traffic. So except for the standard protocols VPN services they can disguise themselves under some other kind of traffic. So by the 12th of the 11th of August, that was at which the number of users of connections from Belarus to service Siphon decreased. The number of connections from Iran. At the same time, while in Iran they have many year practice of this, and they have Siphon as a software tool. So the Belarus population had to go a very fast training course for circumventing the most of the internet users now know what is VPN, what is proxy, how to make all these adjustments, how to adjust proxy on Telegram. We can additionally speak about that too. I would like to clarify a question. So it means that the first day from the 9th to 11th, the VPNs were blocked as well, right? Users is having access to, before VPNs obtain the access to the internet. Yes. Yes. Very interesting story. First of all, if you install VPN and forget about it. Especially on the iOS, you have to connect the App Store first, and just like Google Play Marketing. And here there was a digital, contract that people were passing to each other, the installers that people were creating. They were placing on the internal servers in Belarus, installers, and shared things. And by the shutdown, we have created a chat of digital servers and to download trace of what's happening to internet and change some news. Download the Unitext. There were over 200, I think, in that group. Right away on the 9th of August, this number had decreased, and it was 500. This chat was a chat of, helping mutual assistance, mutual help. People were, figuring out how to create a recipe that would help you do something. And I found the recipe there to install on my phone. I had to install another. Then I had to adjust costs on my computer that work by internet and start preventing the outages. And via this proxy, I had to connect to the App Store and then download the necessary tools. For my background, it's a very serious technical, and a lot of our people they have recipe for them in our channel. Go by net has 3,000 of subscribers, and that's where they share recipes when your internet is shut down. Another interesting story, Tunnel Beer, one of the trustworthy addresses, and we asked them to do something in production. They presented the 10 gigabytes to Belarus users, 10 gigabytes of some free traffic in our VPN service. But in addition to the focus that we had, the service was out of order. So 10 gigabytes, they were not used. But they still work. Now they're more relevant because now shutdown is over, but local websites keep on happening. So another thing I wanted to tell you, the responsibility of business. We saw two impacts. The first is the mobile internet shutdown, another shutdown that was on DPI equipment use. According to our data, Belarus had Chinese and American equipment DPI. So it's Huawei and Sendwine. Sendwine, it was an interesting situation with Sendwine because this case was found by a journalist, Fred Gallagher, who managed to find the information from other sources, the reviews found that in Belarus they use Sendwine equipment, and the company confirmed it is the American company with Canadian roots, as far as I remember. And after the Belarus diaspora in the USA started serious pressure on this company, they promised to stop all contracts with Belarus government, and they also called the license for use there. I don't know if it worked in practice. Even if not, it's reported that the stuff for people, but at least the question, the update and software for those who want to block the Belarus has to part of this. Huawei equipment still works.
Well, equipment still works and still functioning, and when it comes just to the origin. The case is the mobile internet blockage, and A1 Belarus is a company in Taiwan. They are tightly connected by the corporate rules. So they have their own corporate culture, they have their code of conduct, and it prohibits them to take permanent violations of human rights. they must stay away from. Kind of violations. The same is true with transparency, accountability is there, and all other beautiful words. They're there. So A1 company group also signed the global compact in the UN, and the list of big tech companies, which actually is aimed to implement. The intention is to make it obligatory for the companies to respect human rights and protect human rights. So, like this, we have this opportunity to Austrian headquarters and other headquarters of the case are estimated, I think, would be case with them. Again, despite the fact that ones that transparent and they have no choice, you can see that first of all, their statements were presented after research. They did not take all proper required steps to do this. There was no single lawsuit filed in the state against the state due to these internet and challenged it, and the decisions that were taken by state bodies who were not presented. So we have so many questions to mobile operators, especially A1 big, just because they have more obligations, they have more leverage, powerful leverage. MTS is the company where the stake share is bigger, and it's like would like that easy. It starts small and it's more complicated to work with them than with A1. I that API they later they took this message away. So now our officials will be to their potential partners to what they sign. So okay, this is really very interesting. You cannot even get this information. You don't have some insiders information. All knows somehow we publish the information about the state agreements and contracts, and we know about the procurement related to away equipment. It's also there. I will not give you more details because I'm not a technical expert. This investigation is still ongoing, but I agree that it's really important to trace such companies, their level of responsibility, the level of accountability is much lower than of Western companies. As far as I understand, supporting the present two questions. I'd like to start with IT companies. They let data location which allows person. So, a loss for your country, this is opportunity towards a free environment. So this is like brain thing. Some people still expect that these companies would go back there and the government to your country. Okay, yes, the officials were very dissatisfied. And we had this protest note from the MSA, like Belarusian companies, like their slaves, basically have no, but they can leave for better jurisdiction. Just for a lawyer who also works with corporate issues, I can say this, that this is a good signal in Belarus to our society and for government that if this political crisis will continue, or if we go back to repressions, if we go back to authoritarian, unfortunately, we'll lose the most profitable and the most important industries of economy. We'll definitely lose it. So I'm not trying to assess, evaluate anyone's actions. Anyway, it's really great that at least someone who has this opportunity, okay, if you may go to much more peaceful environment, it's okay. Function there, it's very good. And I know that companies which do leave, and those companies which really, these companies are actively involved. They work with Belarus diaspora, and they also support their people. They support the protest activity here in Belarus, staying in Ukraine. I would not assess the actions of separate companies, and I would not assess the actions of foreign companies. I would take this as a signal for Belarusian society and for our officials first. Thank you, Alexei. Can you explain the situation of the guiding company stores and they appear to be the epicenter of conflict. So this, I didn't have to tell that Duck was my first created. So it was quite a successful business, and making offices in just Ukraine. Obviously, one investment and the companies sometimes witnessed these conflicts. How this not, of course, like we cannot even compare it to what we had. Well, the thing is, what is the difference between these protests? After each election, it goes to have some activity. We do. Actually, 26 years with a dictator leading your country. People don't like it. And but different capacity with different, let's say, different settlement. This is the first time that business finally was so involved that they supported people. We saw these developed by the big IT companies, the participation of the employees or representatives of big IT companies in public initiatives from the big IT business. I think that all that pressure, yes, if we talk about IT people and IT, yes, it's a very serious potential. There are people who have very good confidence. They're not for it. They have some expectations towards the state, and they want really the political regional. They really love the democratic society and the free society. So for them, it's not about survival. I think it's about survival their salaries. It's another level. It's another level of yes, but I think it's one example. Cases they supported the and what was the catalyzer? Founder created a foundation enforcement retired. So those actually resigned. Those who were brave enough to choose from in this disaster for them to get some reimbursement to start a new life. And the companies had some pressure, had search operations, we had people in Yandex. It's not a unique situation. Like the EPAN managers, the nation board. So transition. So this all is really a good example of something that we need to pay attention to, because if the IT business cannot live and didn't like cyber 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 who these are the floor or just or that just floats on the surface, floats around. I will not be to answer. I know what. I don't know much about their activities, which are different ways of action. Sector, but my specialization is data protection and privacy. So I can't say something that is when state is performing its with the help of anonymous cannot identify themselves for each other. So this is the society's task to help them to be more transparent, to act more. We have these initiatives. Recently, we created a service. Anyone can take part in DDoS attack at the state services. Yes, remember that from 2014. So, in this case, again, everyone picks one's own tool to fight. This is a nonviolent resistance. But different situation doesn't act as a criminal offense. Okay. Basically,
There's many different ways of forms of or displays of this construction, of course, that's for different results. I can't even formulate how effective they are. But if you take a look at Belarus official internet sources, services, then they have excluded the external traffic almost they turned off the possibility to use these resources from abroad. So I suppose that this was done in order to protect against external attacks. Alexei, and if to proceed to discuss question of the digital position account corrections rather than state in Belarus uses artificial intellect for protection of customers. This, but there are many questions that understand that it's used against the network officers for peaceful systems. But also in the world, there are examples of services where it's used, which are violating privacy of users. So about telegrams who undress people by use of AI. So it's a really useful thing. Anonymization. To be honest, I haven't seen a good work of algorithms with being able to anonymize the what officers. It's all done thanks to inside information and actually from the law, because there are still people there who disagree with what's happening, not like the scale of violence that the state is now exercising. But if to speak about technology in general, yes, indeed it's dangerous, but it's a technology of machine learning, of AI for face recognition, analyze video in public places that is used by the state most. Also have a growing up scandal that was Nevis that was developing and solutions to provide public security. So it's the current system, the cloud analysis of video cameras, and the basis of ID identification and the search of criminals this way, not only criminals. And now there are certain discussions of these technologies being used against the protesters. Are they being used now by companies United? But as far as I understand, all these anonymous societies, they have published the list of employees of this company in order to, put pressure on them. Thank you. In Ukraine, we, keep track of these technologies, and we know that the IGF-UA was powerful, developed technology of AI, but we still have time left. But right now, I would like to go back about access to information and use of recently most popular channel on Telegram that is associated with the protests and adding to the actual science here. What message from ground and spread of content for channel on Telegram? Speak about the background of the channel. Before the elections, there was audience up to 500,000 users. And during the time when the internet was blocked, when the internet was shut down, Telegram, use of proxy of some other fancy tools, and this channel gained 2 million users. Direct dependence on the actions of the state. From the legal point of view, we analyzed this case and drew the conclusion that grounds for channel blocking and how it was positioned on the site, there was no ground for it. And all of the positions violating the legislation of Belarus because it allows you to use regressive. Now the information was when you had but the channel itself any information that has nothing to do with policy. Some information on the sports scores. There is for the share extremist materials. Such a wide interpretation that is not specific only of Belarus, many Soviet countries. Unfortunately, they do that. But attention as being illegal and violates the right for information and freedom of opinions. I have noticed the decrease of in the number of subscribers because during the protest 2 months ago, I received more than 2 million subscribers, but now that number dropped at least by 100,000. Is that with the decrease of the activity, or is this sort of extremist channel that was presented by a saying that it may be scared users and they don't know they will or reading it. Maybe that's why they unsubscribe under the pressure of the state. Really good question. It's like what that we're studying, but I think it's a number of factors. Audience was reducing due to over activity even before it was acknowledged to be an extremist channel. And this process went faster, and there are many options here. There is also such as the case that if you were detained during some protests or marching, this might be going for and making you unlock your phone and check the channels that you are subscribed to. People who are subscribed to some channels like that, they had all the chances, and they still have all the chances to face physical violence from the subscription. Maybe people are just reading the channel, but they don't feel safe to subscribe. And another specifics, of course, not many people are subscribed, or maybe just delete even Telegram. And one day it's forward back. And on Monday, the risk is highest to be taken. And in the end, I'd like to tell you about the Belarus IGF asked this question about what's happening to our IGF this year. This year it was supposed to be in October. And in August, it was said there will be no IGF in Belarus here. The IGF is about the dialogue and readiness to agree on terms of being able to hear each other. In Belarus, the response is dialogue today, and one side of the dialogue, it doesn't take into account opinions of other stakeholders and external internet and to violate the rights of people. So this situation is proper. committee IGF had to cancel the event. We are hoping that by the next IGF, our next IGF will be in other conditions. And we'll proceed with another session summaries. This is the association will become stronger or not. Protecting the rights of stronger of the beginning of civil society in Belarus. I am quite optimistic about the future since I see that a society that you're mentioning is really a society, and it has its assessments. So it's quite a number of human rights defenders who go to different platforms and talk about the importance of protecting the internet online by the public. Right now, it's a consensus almost, and it has become what the telecom markets are and how of internet telecom. And also, a lot of people are starting digital rights. Think about their possibilities of think as important as what is happening in reality. And that's why they have to fight for those rights as well. I think if IGF Belarus does not take place, then we don't have to be as part of the Belarus IGF participating in Korean IGF at home. And then or thank you. And the organization Constanta. And now I would like to invite the presenters from our sections of Parano to go into the summarizing session of the Ukrainian IGF. I also invite to join us other representatives of other sections. We have 10-15 minutes to sum up our event. And I give word to society, and he was a very honored and decent person who always protected our society, our community. So let's have a minute of silence to honor O.Prykhodko. This forum will be finished with this. Especially, I express that also has worked with him very closely. I was the person was like flourishing in his political activity, and it's always very sad. Mikhailovich, I'm asking you to sum up your first section. I will, yeah, please. Thank you, Alexander, and thank you to your colleagues. For me personally, for all of us, it's my friend, it's my, for over 10 years, we were working together. He he's a real officer, and he was always fighting. And for 2 weeks, sorry. So I will sum up my section now. Yesterday, after the section, we have considered several questions. And those were questions of what a strategy of construction of informational security has to be. Second question, critical infrastructure. Third, most evaluation of state bodies building safe informational technology for the private sector. And the fourth one are personal data protection and how to protect political resources. And
Who is taking part in fighting cybercrime? So yesterday, we had this message from the first day of the IGF-UA Summary. Approximately 3,000 views from 4 independent channels. We had the streams, YouTube channels in English and the OTT and Facebook pages. We also had some early streams at our partnership pages. The whole cover matrix is still not present here. We just provide what we can. So all these issues where some approaches for and also we negotiate together with the service on special communication. They had done very active. From the chamber, we work for around the O.Prykhodko structure, other events, and we will definitely invite the Internet Association and all the colleagues who are in other sections to prepare the idea. We just need also to mention that we're preparing the content and thanks to his work. So again, with issue 1, participants of our section offered development or to develop this strategy on cybersecurity of involvement of the experts. Basis of experts on the market actually to develop legislative acts, critical infrastructure. Of course, led by the service communication, entrepreneurship, and also the civic society. The 3, looking at safe informational environment. Mistake. We must build the safe digital environment only if we have the cooperation of all the stakeholders. Recommend implementation to open the codes of the application to actually safety and security. Without this, so we all understand that the cannot store any kind of information or either media and politicians say. And the data will not be protected from any external intrusion. Is it correct? Issue 5. In the process of informational security management, need to this not according to applicable legislation and information protection. So, security is a constant dynamic process, living system, and it's not like once solid and paper on a nail, which is constantly and on the basis of PPP constantly to ensure the informational safety every day is changing, its condition is changing, and specialists must trace it. So, briefly, these are the conclusions of our section. We do hope that the participants are for, especially the state power bodies, first. We also had a recommendations, proposals from Chamber of Industry and Entrepreneurship. They offered training. That was a separate. And they insist that we need to learn, we need still to learn, we need to learn more about cyber hygiene, of course. Everyone must their level of cyber awareness. Not to avoid different linkages, something like this. We cannot have one unified sectoral standard fund system that was built once. We cannot protect everything today. So, this proposal from the participants, section of informational security, every day and to improve the level of awareness. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, this is truly very important, fundamental. We have today ensuring cybersecurity. Congratulations to you. Have these experts right now in the Service of Special Communication that can really help you. Information security system. I mean, the Alexander. Yes, he's an expert, definitely. Professional, and he can do a lot for the service, I guess, in this area. Thank you. Please tell us about your section. Svetlana. Hello, dear participants. My condolences, of course, that our colleague, right? Setting this so essentially will be limitless environment, and we can discuss barriers or limitations that we have today, which protect us from involving more people, more of our citizens to the use of internet, professional use of internet, useful application of internet. So one of the key limitations what we found was that we don't have internet in small towns and villages where it is commercially non-profitable to install any kind of equipment, but these people, they do need internet even more than we in cities. So that's why the state efforts should be directed at these locations to involve the users to internet, to provide them the access. So the next issue that was discussed, which services the state offers to its citizens to ensure the use of internet. So we all had this shutdown in spring, and we all now understand that internet is one of the most efficient tools to communicate with the state power bodies, and it's really important to have more and more services digitalized and involve experts of these services. Of course, we need to have the audit and visibility and efficiency of such services. Another question that we discussed was the language issue. We had the representatives of Japan And we told us about the effort and all the measures that we can take to for the internet users to eliminate all the obstructions at the domain level, for them not to feel limited anyhow, because many people who have access to internet are not experts, who are, let's say, professionals. They simply cannot study the English just to use it. It's really important. This is another step for us to eliminate all the barriers, digital barriers for the users. And the last question was that we need trust of users, trust to the content. There are a couple of opportunities, and all that we mentioned. The reliable internet, of course, the reliable resources and language that people do understand. All these are the elements that give us results. Give us trust. People should trust the internet. They need to use internet freely. So I'd like to report again. Not important also to have these resources in the development, but also to ensure that there is an informational program to involve people to internet, basically research or study. So tell them all the opportunities, what threats are there in internet. So one of the roles of the state is to provide full information and all possible options of involvement for the people to be well aware on how to use this system. I think this is all that we got from the section, and we concluded that it's important to know what barriers are there. So annually, every day, routinely, we need to monitor these barriers, digital barriers, which are the obstruction itself for the internet users. We really need to eliminate this. Thank you, Svetlana. Truly, we need to be well aware of what the barriers are, because addition of the current barriers and may even not know them. This is very important to determine these. And also, we need to propose certain barriers, certain measures to fight these barriers. At the level of individual user and at the level of the state. Yuri, please. Thank you, Alexander. It's a sad day today. We have my condolences to it happens so that we constructed an agenda in such a way that the trust topic appeared to be a little bit transversal. Svetlana mentioned and the security issues are one of the key issues when it comes to ensuring of trust. In this sense, in this context, we try to build a system in such a way that actually would somehow correspond to the global context. And we had Anonymous presenting information in our section. He is the chair of this initiative called Dynamic Internet Standard for Security and Safety. On November 6th, we will have a session in the framework of big global IGF. And we, in the course of the session, try to bring our own contribution, try to contribute, and I will with our vision, because we underline that first of all, the national peculiarity may some things which should be considered when you build a trust environment in internet. Then we are analyzing the issues. First of are related to legal certainty, legal determination. Basically, understanding interpretation of the law from the perspective of users, from the perspective of those who actually work for the legislation and internet. So, of course, reliable security and overall security and safety of people in the internet. Opportunity to have confidential communication and that the facilitation and promotion of different innovations. Of course, comprehensive vision of security standards. This movement, very close, we have the initiative to develop educational and awareness-raising programs. Transparency, when we develop policy and legislative, when the state designs these and drafts these. Because underlined, we are right now in a situation when the tools to build trust environment, well, it's not actually enough. Currently, it's not enough, and we also told about verification and identification because in internet, well, we can talk about digital objects. Digital objects start from identification and verification. Unfortunately, the documents of International Union of Electric Communication and the documents of ICANN and also documents of ETSI, no other documents. GSM, I can give you the whole list. We don't have this clear understanding on how to solve more. We talk about identity management. This is a humanitarian category, I mean identity, and you work with technical categories. So we actually concentrated on these issues, legal issues. And I should underline that Ukraine also one of has a huge experience on how to build the trust system. It relates first of all to creation of the operator of a trust. And Ukraine has this experience. So the content center, we also mentioned this. So I think that well, I sent a resolution of the session. In my opinion, the session was really great.
It was successful not because it was very substantive, but also that it can bring its and our Ukrainian national contribution to the general common recognition of the problem of trust in the framework of IGF 2020 of the global IGF 2020. Thank you. Thank you, Yuri Vladimirovich. And the next speech I'm asking to do O.Prykhodko. Thank you so much. So first of all, I would like to express words of honor and gratitude to Oman Vladimirovich and also to all his family and relatives. It's a very close for us that we shall, go through. The next step, I would like to ask you to turn on the video of Valeria. I don't know why she's not here. She is the moderator of the section, and she is to introduce herself of the youth forum. Thank you. Our session took place at the emergency conditions of this President Vito Hall on electronic communication. Therefore, all our developments were revised. But nevertheless, we have formulated the following conclusions isolated from the paper from the integration process of Ukraine is a universal integration to a second pilot project that is going to attract other implementing rights of participation done the consideration of the national and totality. Consumer rights protection with the expression of European Fund and quality, by the way, the section heard a lot about the ancient consumer rights protection, and as for me, there are very many good examples to follow, and integration of risks for Ukrainian business, mainly on the violation of GDPR conditions. I would like to say that this question was raised by awkward regulation of the trustee funds to reimburse for violation, reimbursement on the violation of rights, and to have educational helping to solve these problems. Also, taking into consideration of stakeholders, including the personal data protection and privacy engagement with special attention. And when there are disputable questions, approaches, you are to address European types to get explanation or official assessment of different initiatives, given the initiatives of the existing Ukrainian stakeholders. Flexibility in the implementation of European directives should not be to this one is the European and Ukrainian initiatives stop from absence of understanding of the essence and nature of the Internet and necessity requirements to the flow of the Internet and its service functions, necessity to get rid of the logics of the phone traffic. There is no single model of applying multi-stakeholder approach, and the use of this approach needs a creation of certain institutions, a foundation of the stakeholder approach. Also needs right now I will send this to the organizing committee. I was just expecting some remarks from the speakers and participants of our discussion. If you allow me on the suggestions, we will have it separately in the work of our organizing committee. Today it's just your opinion of your section. So that's why I don't think that any remarks are just appropriate right now. Will everyone agree with me? Because all of you are members of the organizing committee. Thank you, Valeria. I'm talking to you. Please make your summary of the Moroz, Mr. Moroz. We want to hear about our future at the end, okay? The floor is yours. Yes, I'm also expressing my condolences on the passing away of Mr. Kusev. So all of us during the sessions of organizing committee had the skills to communicate with him and to understand and realize how many knowledge and how many constructive ideas he had. Expressing the condolences to all those who knew him better. I would like to go back to the section number 5, challenges of the mobile internet in the Eastern Europe. During this section, we had representatives of the civil society of Ukraine and Belarus, the lawyers, the conclusions from 2 subsections. During the first subsection, we were speaking about Ukraine and how free internet is developing in Ukraine. And 3 key conclusions. First, in Ukraine, there is still the state policies imperfection design on the questions of work of internet. In Ukraine, there is no practice of agree with all the sides, stakeholders. And also the public relations, they will be regulated, but it's a question of another proactive involvement of experts from this public sector. Another conclusion: the situation of pandemics and COVID is a serious ground for more negative legislative initiatives, and this must be addressed. This question of health can be, opposed to the question of safety. And third, we're talking about those deep giants and their roles increasing, and elections, local elections, they showed it very clearly because lots of money were spent on the ads and Ukraine. There's legislation, and there has to be legislation that's going to be opposite, and there must be a tighter interaction with the two giants. A subsection about Belarus during this subsection about the situation in Belarus. So after the development of executive consequence, and an example for Ukraine is the monopoly which is present in Belarus because the only providers that are giving on the internet and give the access to the mobile internet. Also in Belarus, there was the preparation of the rehearsing shutdown for elections, and the state bodies, they were they were lying about it being just external DDoS attacks and produced. There was no information in the country why there was the internet shutdown. The fact is that it has to be understood, and they have said that on neighboring countries such horrible things happen. The conclusion is that in Belarus, their digital rights in the form of digital opposition, when there are flashbacks with special software in order to circumvent blockages and shutdown. Also, the system raised questions of responsibility of business of technological companies such like Go-Away or Sendline, who were providing development of Belarus including for TDI. Corresponding company who's the developer the company from non-democratic countries, you can't influence them. Thank you. Thank you for your summary. I think the biggest part of the section I have heard. And it was very interesting information that was discussed in this section, but even more interesting, I think it was for us to hear the opinions of the youth in Ukraine connected to internet technologies. Everything that we do at the IGF for almost 12 years is all done for our future, for our youth, for our country. Yes. Thank you. Good day. I would like to also express words of condolences. Me as the youngest, that I didn't know dear Olaf that well, but he wrote in our lives because it was still very important. And please accept my condolences. So I would like to summarize the youth IGF that took place on Wednesday, on 28th October. And it seems to me that our forum, both youth and the grown-ups, if I can say it like this, was under the slogan that has virtually together, the same one that the old IGF has. These events have shown that despite all these circumstances that we got in this year, we're still ready to work together to make effective, positive future. Apart from that, I would like to express gratitude to all those who have already responded to our messages, because this is something that the youth is seeking, not just together and discuss something, but they want to, is that when their voices be heard. And during the global IGF, will manage to also communicate the messages that we have developed. Also, I agree with the opinion that, and I'm really, I share, and I'm happy that this year we managed to combine all sections very successfully that were presented, and the topics were very much connected to themselves and SME. The youth forum also, you know, highlighted the topics that were later on discussed in these 2 days. So as for youth forum, many opinions were expressed, but I'd like to start with the main messages that were asked and that unfortunately understood that not everybody realizes how our personal rights get violated online during pandemics and what consequences it have. And at the same time, there were cases, violation cases considered, and the legal background that's behind it. And also another message, more often, especially youth, who is the active keeper of all the new stuff, they get into the environment of the new gadgets and equipment, and where they share their personal data, and we have to be careful and remember about the possible, outcome after our data is sent. And the third thing, and that cryptocurrency and its popularity, and we hear about, and also that there is more threats and more forces to try illegally to launder electronic money. But it was also mentioned that Ukraine has already stepped on the cost to prevent such violations. And also another important message is the opinion about cybersecurity that among Ukrainian youth is still very relevant, because many questions were raised during the forum and before the forum when we had the survey, and we really see that it still is and will be very relevant. All the studies that are conducted among youth, they're showing that there must be events carried out to increase the level of the media and digital literacy among youth. Another very interesting question has become the discussion of the renewable energy, that it is not just an alternative for the world and Ukraine as well, but it's the main, like a factor of the development.
And we have to directly influence our technologies, smart technologies. We need to take this and of course start thinking already and start taking measures and taking steps to successfully implement it. Last thing, not the least important, the issues that already were mentioned, and we spoke about the limitless environment. So, limits, and the older generation must have the same access, same opportunities that access gives us, that internet gives us. And young people must help and promote this. And again, thank you so much for wonderful opportunities, and I do hope that we'll have even more productive discussions. I think that this is it, and thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Valeria. Please, about just a small comment to be made. Concerning the support of youth, elderly people on campus. Yesterday, they that I need to create this truth actually said, but wait, actually, the youth forum actually corrected me and they showed me how to do it properly. So I think that's really great. Thank you. Thank you, by the way. Thank you so much for it. I'll give another example. I came to the bank and I had to do some manipulations actually to open the account, and I had to be trained by the bank staff. Well, sorry, I was training the bank staff, on how to do something. So sometimes even young people don't know something don't happen. So I think I expressed or confident that due to enthusiasm, the organizers of this forum, and also enthusiasm of the participants, for exchanging opinions on how to do it better for all of us in our country, to actually use internet as a tool to improve our lives, business, personal activity, different areas, different sectors, of course, and state administration. This is really great. But we have also negative obstruction that we've had for a couple of hours. So we almost don't have the representatives of state institutions as participants, almost. But in fact, if we take any executive power body like Ministry of Culture, Informational Policy, Ministry of Education, the MFA, any kind of institution, any executive. So there are always problems with the internet use. And they even have some problems with communication with us. Citizens pay taxes. They exist. Pay taxes. To exist and for us. Unfortunately, we don't hear their voice from our people, and this is so I offer us thinking organization committee maybe next year to ensure involvement of state officials, not just quantity but quality. So maybe something should be done, something we need to be very creative. One, to train them maybe. Oh, both, I guess. Okay, so thank you all. Thank you all. I do wish you all stay safe, and let's remember that we're all human beings, but life is such a fragile thing. And this is the same thing for our friends and relatives. And thank you. Thank you for this active participation. Today at IGF-UA Forum 2020 is closed. Thank you so much. Good. Bye. Stay safe.
You are currently the only person in this conference.